What if the gods we worshipped were nothing more than extraterrestrial archaeologists, sifting through the sands of our ignorance while leaving behind clues that shatter the fabric of history? What if the Sumerians, those ancient architects of civilization, were just the unwitting interns in a cosmic office of galactic engineers? Zoom into a world where the skies were painted with ships that cut through clouds like knives through flesh. These weren't mere myths, they were corporate entities from the cosmos, armed with technology so advanced it felt like magic. What if they bred us, molded us, turned our primitive desires into a tapestry of civilization, all while snickering at our blind devotion like ancient deities pulling strings in a game of cosmic chess? Read the cuneiform tablets. Their etchings pulse with an energy that beckons. Symbols dance across the clay, whispering secrets of a time when the earth was not a stage but a lab. Did they carve warnings into stone? Are the Anunnaki laughing at our futile attempts to decode their existence? Or are they simply waiting for the right moment to reappear, their intentions cloaked in a shroud of mystique and malevolence? The more you stare at the stars, the more the paranoia creeps in. Those constellations? They're not just dots of light, they're the breadcrumbs left in an interstellar scavenger hunt. Question everything. Why are we still searching for answers in the wrong places? Why do we cling to the belief that we are the pinnacle of evolution, all while cosmic shadows whisper our insignificance? In the heart of Mesopotamia, the clay tablets tell tales of beings descending from the heavens, their names etched in the annals of time. Ziggurats rising like monstrous fingers reaching for a sky that birthed them. But what if these structures served another purpose? What if they were beacons, not for prayer, but for extraction? The thought is intoxicating. Are we mere resources in a universe that sees us as nothing more than a quick stop on their grand interstellar road trip? Laughter echoes through the ages. It's dark, twisted, and riddled with the remnants of our hubris. They say knowledge is power, but what if ignorance is bliss? Would you turn the page of this forbidden tome if you knew it led to the unraveling of your entire belief system? The Anunnaki, astronaut gods or celestial tricksters. Their existence lingers like a shadow over humanity, a taunting specter that whispers, "We're watching." Every warning you ignore, every myth you dismiss, pulls you deeper into a web spun from ancient starlight and human folly. What if the greatest cosmic joke of all time is that we're just players in a game we can't even fathom? A cosmic play penned by extraterrestrial hands, where the punchline is humanity's eternal quest for significance in a universe that barely acknowledges our existence. So, are you ready to confront the truth? Or will you close the book and pretend you never found it? Choose wisely. The Anunnaki are listening, and they haven't left the building yet. Night had settled like a heavy shroud over the jagged landscape of ancient Mesopotamia. The air was thick with a sense of foreboding, every rustle in the grass a whisper of the gods. I was there, heart pounding, surrounded by crumbling ziggurats that towered like forgotten giants against the horizon. My breath hitched, a fleeting echo of the prayers once offered at their stone feet. Fear coiled in my gut, a serpent of dread that twisted tighter with every heartbeat, because tonight, the divide between man and God felt perilously thin. In the shadows, a figure moved. Ninsun, the priestess, her silken robes rippling like water as she glided through the darkness. She was a woman of undeniable strength, yet her eyes betrayed her. They were deep, haunted pools that spoke of despair and longing. She was not just a servant of the gods, she was their reluctant vessel. Each day, she offered herself to the enigmatic deities, hoping they would listen, hoping they would see the suffering of her people. Did they even care? Each ritual, each chant felt like a desperate plea cast into an indifferent void. Nearby, Enki, the god of wisdom, watched her with a blend of fascination and sorrow. His presence was unsettling, a weight that pressed heavily on the air. I could feel his yearning, a longing to connect with humanity, yet held back by the chains of divine detachment. His hands, rough and calloused, trembled as he reached for the gifts he had crafted for Ninsun, ceramic talismans, each one imbued with the hope of protection, the promise of prosperity. But would they really change anything? Would they quench the thirst of a land parched by famine, or merely serve as trinkets in the shadow of despair? I remember the night the river ran dry. The sun had scorched the earth, leaving cracked remnants of a once thriving civilization. It was then that Ninsen cried out to the heavens, her voice raw and splintered, a jagged edge of heartbreak against the backdrop of a silent sky. "Where are you?" she bellowed, shaking her fists at the stars that glittered like cruel diamonds, indifferent to her plight. "Why do you abandon us?" There was a fire in her, a fierce defiance that flickered like a dying candle in the wind. She was a woman rooted in pain, yet unyielding in her devotion. An Enki? He bore witness, torn between the joy of creation and the anguish of destruction. He felt the weight of every soul who suffered, each cry a dagger in his heart. His lament hung in the air, a soft echo of regret, whispering through the ancient reeds like a forgotten melody. "I crafted you from the clay," he murmured to himself. "But can I truly save you?" The tension between them pulsed like a living thing, a raw, electric charge that crackled with unspoken words. Ninsen turned to Enki, her voice trembling. "What are you waiting for? Show them you care." In her eyes, I saw the desperation of a people on the edge of extinction, holding on to faith like a lifeline. "Or are we just playthings in your grand design?" The moon rose, a ghostly luminary that illuminated their confrontation, casting shadows that danced like specters on the walls of the ziggurat. Enki's heart raced, torn between the allure of mortal connection and the weight of his divine responsibilities. "You don't understand," he whispered, the words thick with sorrow. "To intervene is to unravel the very fabric of existence." But Ninsen was relentless, her spirit a tempest that could not be quelled. "Then what is your purpose?" she cried, voice rising, echoing off the ancient stones. "What good is a god who stands by while his children wither? Are you not responsible for the chaos you have created?" I could feel their conflict, their desperation, each word a blade cutting deeper into the marrow of their souls. Enki's resolve weakened, crumbling like the clay he shaped. Could he truly remain a spectator? Was he not, after all, the architect of human fate? As I stood in the shadows, I felt a profound recognition of their shared pain, a reflection of my own struggles, the yearning for connection, for validation, for hope against the relentless tide of despair. Time hung heavy, a pendulum caught in an eternal swing. The stars blinked down, cold witnesses to their plight. In that moment, Enki made a choice fueled by a raw, unyielding need to bridge the chasm between the divine and the mortal. He stepped closer to Ninsen, his heart echoing the cacophony of her pleas. "Perhaps the threads of fate can be woven anew," he said softly, each word an incantation of possibility. "I can grant them knowledge, but it will come at a price." Ninsen's gaze sharpened, the flicker of hope igniting in her chest. "What price?" He hesitated, the air thick with the weight of his decision. "To know the gods is to know suffering. To gain wisdom is to bear the burden of choice." And as the night deepened, the shadows grew longer, swallowing the ground beneath them. Their faces, etched in desperation and resolve, became mirrors of a struggle that transcended time. I felt the pulse of history throbbing in my veins, a visceral reminder that their conflict was not just theirs but ours, reverberating through millennia. The stars watched, indifferent yet omniscient. I held my breath, caught in the web of their unending turmoil, their fragile hopes and haunting fears. The fabric of existence hung by a thread, taut with the weight of all that was and all that could be. Each heartbeat echoed, each breath became a prayer, lingering in the air as if the universe itself was holding its breath, waiting for the moment that would reshape the destinies of gods and men alike. And so, the origins of Sumerian mythology unfolded before me, an intricate tapestry woven from tears, blood, and fervent dreams, a story etched in the very essence of existence, a story that would never truly end, even as it began anew with every whispered prayer beneath the vast, indifferent night sky. The air crackled with the tension of unformed worlds, an electric essence that hummed underfoot, trembling with anticipation. A cacophony of chaos danced in the shadows, whispers of ancient rivers colliding, the undulating churning of primordial waters. And in that dark, swirling abyss, two figures faced the embodiment of fate. Apsu, the great freshwater god, stood tall, his formidable presence almost sentient, a mountain of rage and frustration, his voice a thunderclap of authority. "Enough," he roared, the sound echoing through the void, a cry that might shatter the very fabric of existence. "These children of mine, these gods, they drown out my peace. They squabble and squirm, and I am driven to madness. His brow furrowed in tempestuous fury, and the shadows around him whispered secrets that chilled the very marrow of the universe. Yet beyond the rage, deep beneath the surface, glimmered something softer, a flickering spark of paternal instinct buried under years of frustration. Apsu's heart, heavy with the weight of his responsibility, felt like a stone lodged within him. Across from him, Tiamat, the fierce and terrible goddess of saltwater, radiated a beauty that was both mesmerizing and terrifying, like a storm at sea, captivating yet capable of destruction. Her eyes, deep and fathomless, flickered with an ancient sorrow, a recognition of the tragedy unfolding before them. You would end them, Apsu? Our own? The very essence of us. Her voice was a soft lapping of waves, tinged with heartbreak. They are our legacy, and yet, we are being drawn into a whirlpool of rage. I remember standing at the edge of that clash, feeling the raw, volcanic energy of their confrontation. I was but a silent witness to the birth of gods, a moment steeped in the very essence of creation and destruction. Every heartbeat thrummed with urgency, as if the universe itself held its breath. Apsu, lost in the cacophony of his thoughts, turned away, the tension in his body palpable, like a taut bowstring ready to snap. They do not understand the price of existence, Tiamat. They take their life, their breath, for granted. I will not allow them to drown me in their chaos. And there, in the void, shadows surged and curled, revealing glimpses of the gods, Marduk, the one destined to rise as a beacon of power and conflict, the others, so full of life, their laughter like fireflies in the night, flitting around the darkness, oblivious to the storm brewing above them. But the laughter masked pain, and I felt it in my bones. The gods were but children in a world of giants, unaware of the monumental tragedies that loomed over them. I could sense the tension in Marduk, a heart clashing against the weight of destiny. He stood with clenched fists, eyes blazing with determination and fear. I will fight, even if it costs me everything. I will show them that chaos is but a prelude to order. I remember the moment he took a breath, a moment so heavy it felt like the universe had paused to listen. It was the moment he transformed from a fluttering spark of potential into a blazing inferno, illuminated by the flicker of hope that danced within him. Tiamat, sensing the gravity of her beloved Apsu's torment, reached out with a tender hand, the cosmic waters swirling around her, mirroring her turmoil. You do not need to destroy them, Apsu. Together, we can guide them. We can teach them to navigate the storm. But Apsu, blinded by his fury, turned away. They are a sickness, Tiamat. They will consume us both. And just like that, in the sacred silence that followed, I felt the ground shift beneath my feet, an earthquake of emotions bubbling to the surface. The tension thickened, and I knew what was coming, a confrontation, a schism that would forever alter the course of existence. Marduk stepped forward, a sharp edge of defiance in his heart. You will not silence us, Apsu. We are the voice of the new world. We will rise against the darkness. His words struck like lightning through the tempest, igniting a fire that danced with wild abandon. Apsu's eyes widened, a torrent of fury and dread rolling across his features as he saw within Marduk the very spirit he feared. He was the storm, the rebellion, the birth of something powerful and terrifying. The confrontation reached a fever pitch, an electric crescendo of emotions, passion, chaos, and creation swirling into a maelstrom of existence. I felt the heartbeat of the universe, each pulse echoing the primal fear of being consumed, yet also the intoxicating thrill of creation. It was raw and breathtaking, an eternal cycle spinning, weaving, and unraveling. What will it be then, Father? Marduk's voice rang out, a clarion call in the tempest, filled with the trembling energy of 1,000 stars being born. Will you join us, or will you try to snuff us out? The shadows roared in response, wrestling with the essence of fear and hope, chaos and order. I remember every flicker of light, every whisper of darkness, as if the universe itself were holding its breath, teetering on the edge of creation and destruction. Apsu's heart, a battlefield of conflicting emotions, faltered for but a moment, and there it was, a crack in the armor of his rage, a flicker of doubt. I remember the dreams of peace, he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, filled with the pain of regret and longing. But how do you forge peace from chaos? Together, Tiamat's voice broke through, a soothing balm in the storm, grounding them both. Together, we forge the path of creation. But you must let go of your anger, Apsu. Let it flow, like water, into something new, something beautiful. And there, in that moment, the universe seemed to pause, the darkness holding its breath. The storm raged on, but a flicker of light broke through the shadows, a possibility hovering on the brink of birth. Time slowed to a crawl, and I felt my heart race with every pulse of energy, with every breath shared among gods and monsters. The creation of worlds was not just a cosmic event, it was a deeply personal struggle, a visceral dance between love and despair, creation and oblivion. In the echoes of their voices, a new dawn began to emerge, a fragile hope glimmering on the horizon, a promise of birth entwined with the shadows of death. I could feel the essence of the cosmos tremble, a heartbeat away from revelation, from the birth of gods, from the chaos that would shape eternity. And as I stood there, rooted in the moment, I knew this was just the beginning, a cycle that would spiral into infinity, a tale of passion, of creation, of gods that would forever dance on the edge of destruction. And I felt it in the marrow of my being. The story was not yet over. Not by a long shot. The sky bruises as thunder rumbles, its voice echoing like a wrathful god in the distance. I stand on the edge of a crumbling ziggurat, stones worn by time, each crack harboring whispers of ancient prayers and forgotten fears. The air crackles, electric with anticipation, and I feel it, it's as if the very fabric of this world is teetering on the brink. The gathering storm holds secrets, and they tremble in the space between heartbeats. I remember, oh, how I remember, the faces of my gods, etched in the shadows of the tempest. Inanna, fierce yet vulnerable, her brilliance a sharp contrast to the encroaching gloom. She wanders through the heavens, dragging her starry skirt, seeking love amidst the chaos. But beneath her celestial grace lies a turmoil so profound it could shatter mountains. I see her, eyes aflame with determination, yearning for something that eludes her grasp, a desire that neither power nor beauty can satiate. I remember the night she descended into the underworld, the cold, oppressive darkness swallowing her whole. The silence was suffocating, a reminder that even the brightest light can be extinguished. And then there's Enki, the trickster god, his laughter a wild, chaotic melody that dances through the ether. He spins tales, weaving truth and deception like a master craftsman. But laughter has a cost, every jest buries a truth, and his heart bears the weight of creation's fragility. I remember the tales he conjured, how he crafted humanity from clay, pouring his soul into every form. But in that act of creation, what did he lose? The weight of existence, heavy as the earth itself, pressed upon his shoulders. He rests by the waters, watching the ripples distort his reflection, the lines between creator and creation blurring like the horizon at dusk. As the storm breaks, rain lashes against the stone, each drop an echo of anguish, each gust of wind a desperate cry for recognition. The world feels alive, thrumming with energy, as if the deities themselves are preparing for a reckoning. I stand with my back against the crumbling walls, heart racing, knowing that this moment, this corrosive tension, will lead to a confrontation that no one can escape. A shadow flits past me, Ninhursag, mother of the earth, her spirit intertwined with the pulse of life itself. She stands amidst the chaos, hands raised in defiance, the embodiment of both creation and destruction. I remember her gaze, fierce yet tender, a maternal force that nurtures yet punishes with equal intensity. She knows the price of life, every bloom comes with death's promise. In her eyes, I see the pain of a mother who has lost too much, who fights to protect those fragile lives that spring forth from her soil, yet understands the inevitable cycle of life and death. The storm rages, and I watch as Inanna, Enki, and Ninhursag confront one another, the air thick with tension. Words become daggers, each syllable laced with sorrow, love, and betrayal. "You took my light!" Inanna screams, her voice raw, a haunting melody that pierces through the thunder. "You cast me down, left me to rot in the darkness. I gave you life." Enki retorts, his laughter now a brittle echo, cracking under the weight of accusation. "You knew the risks. It was your choice to chase shadows." Ninhursag steps forward, her voice a soft balm against the storm's fury. "We are all bound by the choices we make. Yet, in this vast expanse, can we not find solace in understanding? Her words hang heavy in the air, a fragile truce offered amidst the chaos. But the storm churns, and it feels like the universe itself holds its breath, waiting. I remember the stillness that follows a thunderclap, the anticipation ripe with possibility. Beneath the surface, emotions seethe, raw and unfiltered. I feel it, a pulse, a beat that resonates with the heart of the cosmos, the struggle between gods and mortals, light and dark. Then, with a crack like a whip, the confrontation reaches its zenith. Inanna's tears fall like rain, mingling with the storm, a potent mixture of rage and sorrow. I will not be forgotten, she cries, and in that moment, she is both warrior and child, fierce and fragile. Her spirit reaches out, a tether to the heavens, defying the weight of despair. And just like that, the world quakes. The storm, a reflection of their inner turmoil, escalates, wind howling like a banshee. The ziggurat trembles, stones shifting, as if the earth itself drinks in their pain. I find myself terrified, exhilarated, caught in the eye of this divine tempest. The gods clash, their emotions raw and unyielding, shaking the very foundation of Sumer's existence. I remember the echoes of the past, how their stories were woven into the fabric of life, how they shaped the world and the hearts of men. Their pain, their joy, their unending quest for connection, it all flows through me, a river of emotion that binds us all, gods and mortals alike. I stand witness, breathless, as the deities confront their truths, their flaws laid bare under the storm's relentless gaze. And then, just as sudden as it began, a silence descends. The storm pauses, a lingering breath, a moment caught in the web of time. I feel the air shift, a signal that things will never be the same. In this suspended moment, new truths emerge, like stars piercing the darkness, igniting hope amid despair. But I know, deep down, the cycle continues. The tension lingers, an unbreakable thread that draws us into the next act, the next struggle for power, love, and redemption. And as the clouds roll away, revealing a battered yet beautiful sky, I realize that the story of the Pantheon is far from over. It's a chorus that echoes through eternity, a haunting melody that lingers in the heart of all who dare to listen. I remember, oh how I remember, the faces of my gods, and the storm that binds us all. The air hung thick, like the weight of a forgotten history pressing down on my chest, as I stood in the half-light of a crumbling ancient temple. Shadows danced in the flickering torchlight, whispering secrets I wasn't sure I wanted to hear. My heart raced, its rhythm mirroring the desperate pulse of the earth beneath my feet, a living entity that seemed to breathe with every quiver of unease. I remember the moment when Elena, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination, grabbed my arm. "They're coming for us," she hissed, her breath a cloud of terror swirling in the cool air. I could see the tremor in her hands, the way her fingers gripped my skin like a lifeline. She was always the brave one, the dreamer, the one who believed that the Anunnaki, those ancient gods of Sumer, those titans of lore, were more than mere myth. If we don't find the tablets, if we don't understand who they are. Her voice trailed off, the implication hanging between us like a noose. Memories rushed in, swirling like leaves caught in a tempest. I recalled the nights we spent poring over dusty texts, the faded ink detailing tales of cosmic beings descending from the stars, bringing knowledge and chaos. Anunnaki, I whispered, feeling the word roll off my tongue like a dark incantation, an echo of a civilization that had long since crumbled but whose shadows still loomed large. The very name sent chills down my spine. Those who had come down to earth, those who had mingled with mankind. The Sumerians had called them those who from heaven came. You could almost hear the reverence in their voices, the tremor of awe as they inscribed the word on clay tablets, each stroke a prayer, a warning, a plea. But what had they really come to teach us? Enlightenment or enslavement? I could feel the weight of their legacy pressing down on me, a ghostly hand on my shoulder. Do you think they'll come back? My voice trembled, a fragile whisper that felt like betrayal. I didn't want to believe it, but deep inside, a part of me was intrigued, drawn to the idea of divine beings, of knowledge that could unravel the very fabric of reality. Elena's face was a study of conflict, her expression a tapestry woven with fear and fascination. "What if they do?" she asked, her voice breaking like glass. "What if they're waiting for us to find them?" The thrill of the unknown lit her features, and I couldn't help but feel a surge of desperation, an urgency that clawed at my insides. Outside, the world had turned dark. The once familiar city lay like a ghost, its silhouette sharp against the night sky, buildings looming like ancient sentinels, witnesses to humanity's secrets. I could almost hear the whispers of the past echoing through the air, tales of power and corruption, love and betrayal. The Anunnaki were not just beings of myth, they were embodying our darkest fears, our greatest hopes. They were the embodiment of what we could become, or what we could lose. The wind howled through the cracks of the temple, a mournful sound that made my skin prickle. I glanced at Marcus, my childhood friend, now a somber figure wrapped in the weight of too much knowledge. His brow was furrowed, eyes dark with uncertainty. "We shouldn't be here," he muttered, more to himself than to us, as if the very air was thick with foreboding, warning us to turn back. But how could we? We were already entangled in this web of fate, drawn to the call of the Anunnaki like moths to flame. "Marcus, listen to me," Elena pleaded, her voice rising above the wind. "If we don't find out the truth, if we don't face this, it'll consume us." Her words hung in the air, weighty and profound, demanding our attention. I could see the flicker of resolve in her eyes, the fire that had always burned within her, a flame that could either illuminate or incinerate. But as the shadows deepened, I felt the tendrils of doubt creeping in. What if the Anunnaki were not the benevolent gods we wanted them to be? What if they were the harbingers of our doom, lurking just beyond the veil of our understanding? Every heartbeat echoed the dread that pressed against my chest, a relentless reminder that we were on the precipice of something far greater than ourselves. I took a step back, feeling the cold stone against my back, grounding me in reality. What do we do? The question hung heavily, a tangible thread stitching our fates together. The flickering torchlight cast our faces in sharp relief, each emotion laid bare, raw, and vulnerable. Marcus closed his eyes, as if seeking answers from a higher power. "We confront them," he declared, voice trembling but resolute. I felt the strength of his words settle like a weight in my stomach, both thrilling and terrifying. But Elena's fierce gaze pierced through the veil of doubt, igniting something deep within me. "The Anunnaki are waiting for us. We owe it to ourselves to know what that means." As the air crackled with tension, I realized that this moment was an echo of the past, a reflection of our collective fears and aspirations. We were standing not just on the brink of understanding but on the edge of chaos. The Anunnaki were not merely beings of legend, they were a mirror of humanity's own struggles, illuminating the darkest corners of our souls. And as the shadows deepened around us, I could feel the pull of destiny, a magnetic force drawing us closer to an uncertain fate. The cosmos whispered in the silence, a promise of revelation wrapped in danger. The night was young, but the weight of the ages lay heavy on our shoulders. In that moment, we were united, not just by our fears, but by our insatiable thirst for truth. The Anunnaki awaited, and we had no choice but to answer their call. The night sky unfurled above us, a blanket of stars winking like distant conspirators. Sarah stood at the edge of the ancient stone circle, the air thick with the weight of unspoken truths. I could see the way her breath fogged in the chill, each exhale a ghost, remnants of thoughts, desires, fears. They danced in the darkness like specters, and it felt like the cosmos was both a witness and a participant in our turmoil. "It's all connected, you know," she whispered, her voice trembling, not with fear but with an urgency that clawed at the edges of my heart. I turned to Jack, the skeptic, the one who scoffed at our fascination with the celestial. His brow furrowed, arms crossed tightly over his chest like a fortress against the madness we were unraveling. "This is nonsense, Sarah," he shot back, his voice sharp enough to cut through the eerie silence. "We're not special. Aliens didn't build these. It was just people." But I could see the doubt in his eyes, flickering like the shooting stars above us, daring to question, daring to believe, yet clinging desperately to the ordinary. I remember the first time I stumbled upon the ancient astronaut theory, an obsession ignited within me, a flicker of fire that consumed my nights, my thoughts, my very soul. I remember the way the rabbit hole spiraled deeper with each article I read, each documentary I swallowed whole. It felt like I was unearthing something forbidden, something that demanded reverence. The ancients, the pyramids, the unexplainable artifacts whispered to me through time, their secrets clinging to my skin like the cool night air. Why do you care? Jack's voice was sharp, pulling me back to the moment. It's all just stories. Stories don't save lives. But didn't they? Didn't every tale of gods and stars, of celestial beings descending upon our fragile world, speak to a deeper longing within us? A desire for connection, for belonging among the vast universe? Sarah's eyes glimmered with a light that could only be ignited by truth, her truth. She stepped closer to the ancient stones, the shadows stretching like fingers around us, and I felt the pulse of history in the air, thrumming, alive. What if it's not nonsense? She pressed, her voice rising in intensity, a crescendo of hope and defiance. What if they did come? What if they left us a message? A warning. The fear in her eyes was palpable, a fragile glass ready to shatter. The wind howled suddenly, a mournful sound that seemed to echo her sentiment. It carried whispers of ages past, the ghosts of civilizations long gone. I could almost see them, shadows shifting in the dark, their faces obscured but their eyes gleaming with the wisdom of the universe. Were they watching us? Waiting for us to unravel the tangled threads of our own existence? Look at the evidence. Sarah continued, her voice cutting through the cold air. The Sumerians, the Egyptians, the Mayans. They all spoke of beings from the stars. Of gods descending upon Earth. We're dismissing their stories as myths, but what if they weren't? Her passion ignited a fire within me, and for a fleeting moment, I imagined the truth she envisioned, a truth that could reshape our understanding of humanity itself. Jack scoffed again, but I could see the cracks forming in his skepticism. What do we even know about those cultures? Their art? Their writings? They could have been mistaken, like children spinning tales in the dark. But even as he spoke, his voice trembled. He could feel the weight of her belief pressing down upon him, the chilling dread of what it meant if she was right. I felt the chill of the stones beneath my fingertips, the ancient carvings warm with memories of the past, and I was pulled deeper into the vortex of Sarah's conviction. The world outside felt so small, insignificant under the vastness of the cosmos. What if the truth is bigger than us? I breathed, the words spilling from my lips like a confession. What if we're not alone? And in that moment, I remembered. I remembered the night spent under star-studded skies, gazing at the constellations, feeling the weight of the universe pressing down on me. I remembered the stories of old, the myths and legends that shaped our understanding of existence. The gods who walked among us, the celestial beings who whispered secrets in the dark. But the tension was thick, suffocating, and as Sarah's eyes sparkled with conviction, Jack's skepticism coiled tightly around him like a noose. "You're chasing shadows," he hissed, his voice barely above a whisper. The shadows danced at the edge of the ancient stones, merging into the darkness as if mocking our mortal fears. "You're chasing ghosts. Yet, aren't we all?" I thought, glancing at Sarah, the fire flickering in her heart. We chase after the whispers of the past, the echoes of what could be, desperate for meaning in a world that feels unbearably vast and isolating. As the wind howled and the stars twinkled overhead, I felt the fabric of the universe shift. Time warped and twisted, the boundaries of our reality fraying at the edges. We stood on the precipice of understanding, of revelation, hearts pounding in synchrony with the rhythm of the cosmos. The energy crackled around us, electric and alive, as if the very stones were alive with energy, begging for us to listen. "Maybe we are the aliens," I whispered, and the words hung in the air, heavy with possibility. The silence that followed was deafening, and I could feel the weight of our collective doubts, our fears of the unknown pressing down upon us. The stars blinked above like sentinels of truth, watching, waiting, their light both a promise and a warning. In that moment, we were bound together, three souls caught in a web of cosmic uncertainty. The tension between belief and skepticism crackled like thunder, and we were left standing on the precipice of what could be a confrontation of beliefs, a reckoning at the hands of the universe itself. The ancient stones loomed around us, guardians of secrets long buried. Our hearts raced, our breathing shallow, and I knew that whatever came next would change everything. The shadows whispered, the cosmos churned, and we were left clutching at the fabric of existence, caught between the echoes of the past and the uncharted future above us. The story was far from over, it was only just beginning. The air was thick with an oppressive silence. A heavy mist clung to the night, draping the ancient city of yore like a shroud. I could almost hear the heartbeat of the earth beneath my feet, pulsing with the weight of the unknown. My breath caught in my throat, a mix of fear and anticipation. This was not merely a city, it was a crucible of fate, a sacred stage for gods and mortals alike. The shadows danced on the walls of the ziggurat, flickering like the souls of the restless dead. I remember the whisper of the wind, secrets carried from the mountains, laden with the memories of a forgotten time. It was here, in this cradle of civilization, that the Anunnaki loomed large, deities woven into the very fabric of existence. They were not mere figments of imagination, they were architects of destiny, puppeteers of human ambition. I felt their presence like an electric charge in the air, crackling with the promise of revelation and destruction. Ninsun, a priestess with eyes like storm clouds, stood at the altar. She was haunted, her heart torn between devotion and doubt. Each prayer she murmured felt like a plea, a desperate attempt to bridge the chasm between her humanity and the divine. I could see the tremor in her hands, the way they clutched the clay tablet inscribed with the names of gods, their power both intoxicating and terrifying. I remember, she whispered, when the heavens opened and the Anunnaki descended. They promised wisdom but left us with scars. Across the temple, a man named Enki paced, a storm brewing in his heart. He was a skeptic, caught in the web of his own intellect, grappling with the abyss of belief. He had loved Ninsun, heavily weighted by the burden of his own skepticism. He could no longer reconcile the miracles he had witnessed with the logic he held dear. I remember, he muttered, the shining one who came down to teach us, yet all I see is a mask of stone and shadow. They were caught in a dance, a ballet of divine intervention and human frailty, a tragic waltz where every step brought them closer to the edge. Ninsun's devotion pulled her toward the Anunnaki, while Enki's doubt shoved him away, each clash threatening to tear them apart. Their dreams were haunted by the faces of the gods, Anu, the sky god, fierce and unyielding, Enlil, the lord of the winds, whose whispers could topple mountains, and Inanna, the goddess of love and war, with her duality of creation and destruction. Why do they care? Enki's voice cracked, echoing in the sacred space. What do they want from us? His words hung in the air, heavy like the oppressive weight of the night. Ninsun stepped closer, her breath hitching at the rawness of his struggle. They are our creators, she said, her voice trembling with conviction. We are but reflections of their desires, their fears. They breathe life into our hopes and feed on our despair. But behind her resolute facade, a flicker of doubt danced in her mind. She remembered the stories, how the Anunnaki had come to harvest, to exploit, to mold humanity into their image. What if, she whispered, we are merely their playthings, caught in their cosmic game? The thought was a dagger, twisting in her heart, and I felt its impact reverberate through the very stones of the temple. The night deepened, and the shadows thickened, coiling around them as if eavesdropping on their heartache. A celestial clock ticked ominously in the background, counting down the moments to an inevitable collision. I remember, Ninsun cried, the day the sky turned red. The Anunnaki's anger rained down upon us like fire. Enki clenched his fists, his frustration bubbling to the surface. And yet we still worship them. Still offer our sacrifices, our lives, as if they cared. The fury in his voice cracked the fragile silence, sending ripples through the air. Ninsun's eyes glistened with tears, an emotional tempest threatening to overwhelm her. Because we must believe, she implored, believe that there is a purpose to our existence, that there is hope beyond the chaos. The tension hung between them, a taut string ready to snap. Enki turned away, grappling with the weight of disbelief. He had seen too much, known too much, yet the flickering flame of faith in Ninsun's heart ignited something within him. What if they are not gods, he dared to ask, his voice low, trembling with the gravity of the question. What if they are just as flawed as we are? Ninsun's breath hitched. The thought struck her like thunder. Then who are we, she whispered, the enormity of the realization bearing down on her. Are we mere mortals lost in the vastness of the cosmos? The answer hung in the air, a ghostly echo that trembled on the edge of comprehension. Outside, the city lay quiet, but the echoes of their struggle reverberated through the night, resonating with ancient truths and forgotten dreams. Darkness seeped deeper, and the clock ticked steadily, urging them toward the precipice of understanding. A confrontation loomed on the horizon, a reckoning of belief and doubt, of love and despair. And in that moment, as the moon hung low and the stars blinked like distant eyes watching their every move, I felt the weight of their journey settle in my own heart. It was a reminder of our own fragility, of the thin line we walk between faith and fear. In the shadows of Sumerian religion, the Anunnaki were not just gods, they were reflections of our innermost struggles, our desires, and our darkest fears. Whatever they are, Ninsen whispered, her voice barely a breath, they are part of us. And we are part of them. Time slowed. The air shimmered with tension, and I felt it, the pulse of the universe, the echo of a cosmic struggle that transcended the ages. As the night deepened, their conflict became a mirror, revealing the depths of our own existence, drawing us closer to an unknowable truth that waited, just out of reach, in the shadows of our own hearts. The air crackled with tension, a haunting stillness that settled over the ancient city, its shadows stretching like fingers across the cracked earth. I stood in the center of a forgotten temple, remnants of a once mighty civilization clinging to the edges of memory. The stench of burnt offerings hung heavy, a ghostly perfume of desperation and devotion. Outside, the sun began its descent, bleeding crimson across the horizon like a wound refusing to heal. Anu, the king of the heavens, loomed in my mind, his presence both a comfort and a terror. I could almost hear his voice, a rumble from the celestial heights, echoing through the cosmos. Yet, his power was not unchallenged. Enlil, the storm god, restless and unforgiving, stirred with a rage that threatened to unleash chaos upon the earth. And Enki, the trickster, the god of wisdom, danced along the edges of fate, his eyes twinkling with mischief and sorrow intertwined. I felt the pulse of their struggles resonate in my own heart, a trio of titans torn by ambition, jealousy, and love. I remembered the stories whispered in the dark, tales of their conflicts, their betrayals, their desperate attempts to mold humanity in their image. The weight of these narratives pressed upon my chest, each beat a reminder of the intricate web spun by these deities, threads of power, sacrifice, and hope tangled together into a tapestry of existence. Anu's gaze was distant yet piercing, a reminder of the vastness of creation and the fragility of our lives. I felt small beneath his watchful eye, a mere flicker against the backdrop of eternity. "You think yourself a god," he seemed to say, "but what is a god without worship? What is power without the hearts of mortals?" The question hung in the air, suffocating yet exhilarating. Enlil, however, was the tempest, a storm brewing within him that threatened to break loose at any moment. I could see him standing on the precipice of a cliff, hair whipped by the wind, fury coursing through his veins. "The world is my domain," he would roar, voice booming like thunder. "And in my fury, I will shape it anew." But his wrath, potent and consuming, bore a price. I could feel the fear of the people, their lives hanging in the balance, each prayer a desperate plea against the chaos he wielded. And then there was Enki, a figure ensconced in shadows and laughter, the embodiment of paradox. The whispers of his wisdom dripped like honey, sweet yet bitter. He was the trickster, the one who defied the rules, but in his defiance lay a heart heavy with the burden of creation. To give life is to risk chaos, he would muse, an ironic smile playing on his lips. But what is chaos if not the source of all beauty? I felt his laughter, dark and playful, wrapping around me, enticing yet sinister. In this moment of crisis, I stood amidst echoes of their past, threads of fate weaving in and out of existence. I could almost hear Enlil's storm brewing, crackling with energy, a harbinger of destruction. The ground trembled beneath my feet, a reminder of his wrath, and I felt the weight of my own insignificance in the face of such power. Yet, I also felt the spark of Enki's defiance, the urge to challenge the storm, to inject a dose of wisdom into the chaos. Inside me, a battle raged, reflecting their eternal conflict. I was torn, drawn between the allure of power and the wisdom of restraint. I remembered the faces of those who had long since passed, their dreams echoed in the ruins around me, their hopes and fears woven into the fabric of existence. Every heartbeat echoed their struggles, their desires, a reminder that even gods were not immune to the complexities of the heart. The shadows lengthened as twilight descended, and the whispers grew louder, each deity vying for dominance. Anu's voice surged through me, a clarion call of creation, while Enlil's fury lashed out like a tempest, threatening to consume all in its path. And Enki, oh Enki, offered a glimmer of hope, a reminder that wisdom could emerge even from the darkest of storms. Time slowed as the confrontation loomed, a moment suspended in the balance of fate. I could almost taste the electric tension in the air, feel the vibrations of their energies colliding, a cosmic dance of chaos and order. My breath hitched in my throat as I prepared for the inevitable clash, my heart racing with anticipation and fear. Would Anu's vision prevail, imposing order upon the chaos? Or would Enlil's wrath unleash destruction upon the unsuspecting world, erasing the fragile tapestry of creation? Perhaps Enki would offer a way forward, a solution hidden in the riddles of his laughter, weaving wisdom into the very fabric of existence. As the last light of day faded into darkness, I stood at the crossroads of their destinies, a mere mortal, yet somehow intertwined in their eternal struggle. I remembered the stories, the myths, the echoes of their legacies that shaped humanity, forever marking our existence. The air vibrated with possibilities, each moment thick with tension, a heartbeat away from a revelation that could redefine everything. In this nexus of power and vulnerability, I could feel the pull of destiny, drawing me into a narrative much larger than myself. The temple around me seemed to sigh, resonating with the weight of ancient conflicts, with the unrelenting quest for meaning amidst chaos, and I stood there, breathless, heart pounding, waiting for the storm to break. The ground trembles with a low, guttural growl, like the belly of a great beast waking from a long slumber. I stand in the shadow of the ziggurat, the ancient structure looming above me, its stones whispering secrets of a time when gods walked among men. The air is thick, heavy with the scent of earth and rain, laced with an electric tension that prickles my skin. I can feel the weight of history pressing down, a palpable presence that sends shivers racing up my spine. In this moment, I am not alone. At my side, Nefret grips her dagger, knuckles white. Her eyes, dark pools reflecting the chaos around us, are filled with fear and resolve. What if they come? She breathes, teeth clenched, the very question a dagger twisting in my gut. The Anunnaki, those ancient deities, they were once thought to be the architects of our creation, the weavers of our fate. They loom in our legends, great beings of power and mystery, and even now, as whispers of their return echo in the twilight, we stand on the precipice of something terrible. I remember nights filled with stories, the flickering fire casting shadows that danced like memories on the walls. The elders spoke of the Anunnaki with reverence and dread. They shaped us from clay, they said, infusing us with their essence. And here I am, a mere mortal, caught in the tremors of their legacy. How can we understand what it means to be created by gods when we live in fear of their wrath? A figure breaks through the haze, a man with eyes like storm clouds, seething with righteous anger. His name is Callum, a scholar-turned-rebel, a man whose heart beats with the rhythm of defiance. They toy with us, he declares, voice rising above the chaos, passion igniting each word. We are not their playthings. We are the children of the stars. There's a desperation in his voice, a fierce longing that stirs something deep within me. I want to believe him. But belief feels like a fragile thread, easily snapped. As Callum rants and raves, I can see Nefret's gaze shifting, torn between admiration and fear. You don't understand, she whispers, they are powerful. They can unmake us. The weight of her words crushes me, and I can't help but think of the clay figurines we crafted as children. We molded them, shaped them, painted them with our dreams. But with a single, careless breath, they could be turned to dust. The Anunnaki's hands are the hands of creators and destroyers, and we are but the remnants of their whims. A flash of light ignites the sky, illuminating the ziggurat, casting our shadows long and twisted. My heart races. The rumors, were they true? Are they returning? The stories told of their descent from the heavens, brilliant beings cloaked in the fabric of the cosmos, descending like shooting stars. Are we the tethered remnants of their ambition, molded to serve their needs? Or are we something more, something they never anticipated? Look! Callum shouts, pointing to the heavens. I feel a pull, a gravity beyond the tangible, and I follow his gaze. The stars shimmer, a vast canvas stretching endlessly, each point of light a reminder of our insignificance. I can almost hear the whispers, echoing through the ages, beckoning us to remember. I remember the tales, the struggles for power, the betrayals, the blood spilled on the earth for dominion over realms unseen. What if we are not just their creations but their rivals? Nefret's breath hitches beside me, and I turn to her, catching a glimpse of something wild, an untamed spirit that refuses to be shackled by fear. We are not pawns, she insists, gripping my arm tightly. We are the fire that ignites the night. In her eyes, I see a flicker of hope, flickering like the flame of the fire we once gathered around, and I feel it too, a pulse of defiance that courses through me. And then, without warning, the ground shakes again, fiercer this time, as if the very earth is protesting against the weight of the past. A crack splits the sky, and in that moment of chaos, time feels suspended. I'm caught between the memories of who I am and the fear of what is coming. I hear the echoes of my ancestors, their voices melding with the wind, urging me to remember who we are, children of the stars, shaped from the clay of the cosmos, destined for something greater, something perilous. Callum's voice cuts through my thoughts like a blade. "Stand with me," he cries, raised arms beckoning others to join. A thrumming energy builds around us, and those who had once cowered now rise, emboldened by the unity of our shared fears and hopes. We are not alone. We are an army forged in the fires of creation, ready to challenge the legacies that bind us. I look at Nefret, and I see the truth reflected in her fierce determination. "No more," I whisper, feeling the weight of my own resolve settle like armor on my skin. "We will not be afraid. We will remember." The sky darkens, and shadows stretch across the land, cloaking us in a veil of mystery, yet we stand resolute. The Anunnaki, with their cosmic might, may have once shaped us, but we are no longer mere echoes of their desires. We are alive, lost and found, sculpted and free, aching to reclaim our narrative. As the storm clouds gather above, we brace ourselves for what's to come. The confrontation looms like a specter in the distance, a promise of upheaval and rebirth. The Anunnaki may have created us, but now, we hold the power to redefine our existence. We stand on the precipice of something monumental, something that could reshape the very fabric of our narratives, a battle not just for survival, but for identity. And in that moment, as the first raindrops fall, I close my eyes and remember. I remember the past, the ancient voices that call to me, the dreams woven into the threads of my being. With every heartbeat, we prepare to confront the shadows of our creation, and I feel it, the pulse of destiny awakening within us all. The air crackled with tension, a palpable energy that rippled through the night, heavy with the scent of damp earth and something ancient buried beneath it. I stood at the edge of Uruk, the city walls towering like silent sentinels, shadows dancing in the flickering torchlight as if whispering secrets from ages long past. The moon hung low, a ghostly eye watching over the turmoil below. I could feel it in my bones, the pulse of the earth, the heartbeat of mankind colliding with the relentless grip of fate. Gilgamesh, his name echoed in the darkness, a thunderclap of ambition and arrogance. He was a king forged from the stars, part divine, part man. I watched him now, standing at the precipice of his own creation, torn between glory and the gnawing void of his own mortality. He was everything and nothing, a hero with hands stained by the blood of his own people, craving the impossible, immortality. His breath came in ragged gasps, his face twisted in a mask of desperation. Was it the power of the Anunnaki that haunted him, or merely the crippling weight of his own choices? I remember the times when he laughed, a booming sound that echoed through the streets, intoxicating and infectious. But that laughter felt like a distant memory now, an echo fading into the abyss. Each heartbeat drummed against my chest, a reminder that even kings bleed, that even gods can fall. And there, beneath the weight of his crown, lurked a shadow, a friend and a reflection. Enkidu, wild and free, born of clay and untamed like the rivers that cradled our land. Together, they were a force of nature, yet frail, like the delicate balance between night and day. Enkidu stood apart, caught in the throes of his own turmoil. I could see it etched on his brow, the burden of knowing too much, of seeing the truth that lay beneath the veil of kings and gods. He was the wild man, yet now he wore the chains of civilization, a prisoner of his own choices. The city whispered his name with a kind of reverence, yet he felt like a ghost haunting the halls of power. What have we become? I imagined him asking the stars, those indifferent witnesses to our suffering. The Anunnaki had come, shifting the very fabric of existence, but what was their gift but a curse? In the dark, I could hear the whispers, the words of the gods, those ancient beings tangled in myth and reality, lacing their fingers through the destinies of men. They had walked among us, leaving traces of their brilliance, yet with each step, they carved out a darker path. Look upon the heavens, Gilgamesh, they might have cried, behold your future. But in that moment, beneath the weight of the stars, he faltered. The quest for eternal glory morphed into a hunger that consumed him, a thirst that no river could quench. I remember when everything changed, the wild laughter of a night turned cold, the stars dimming as the shadows grew long. Enkidu had fallen, his life extinguished, not by the hand of a warrior but by the very fate they sought to defy. I watched as Gilgamesh crumbled, his resolve fracturing like the clay beneath his feet. The night was alive with the sound of his grief, a keening wail that resonated deep within my soul. Loneliness wrapped around him like a shroud, and in that moment, I knew, the gods had played their hand, and we were mere pawns in a game far beyond our understanding. Am I not a god? Gilgamesh screamed at the heavens, rage and sorrow intertwining. The city remained silent, as if the very walls were in mourning, holding their breath for the inevitable collapse of a man who dared to challenge the fate woven into the fabric of the cosmos. It was a question that echoed, reverberating through the ages, clawing at the heart of humanity's ambition. Would we, too, rage against our mortality, or accept the fragile beauty of our existence? The stars seemed to flicker, dimming under the weight of his anguish. I could feel the cold grip of despair closing in, the suffocating embrace of inevitability. What did it mean to be human when the gods walked amongst us, bestowing gifts that felt more like chains? I thought of the Anunnaki, those celestial architects of our fate, standing at the edge of creation, their laughter echoing through the void, indifferent to our struggles. They whispered of power, beauty, and knowledge, yet what lay beneath? Death. The unrelenting spectre that awaited us all. Gilgamesh's journey took him far, across desolate landscapes and haunted ruins, searching for the secret of eternal life. Each step was a prayer, each breath a plea to the heavens. I could feel his desperation, the weight of his quest pressing down on him like a stone. What is it to be remembered? He would ask, and I could see the flickers of hope in his eyes, extinguished by the cold reality of loss. Enkidu's spirit lingered like a phantom, guiding Gilgamesh through the shadows, reminding him of their bond, fragile yet unbreakable. The tension spiraled, the world around them closing in, and as Gilgamesh screamed his defiance, I felt the very earth tremble beneath my feet. The Anunnaki watched, their gaze heavy with the knowledge of what was to come, weaving in and out of the fabric of their creation, a reminder that they were always present, even in our pain. And in that moment, as sunlight broke through the darkness, illuminating the fragile strands of existence, I realized, in our striving, we are all bound by the same fate. We are the echoes of our choices, the whispers of our dreams, the laughter and the tears. The Anunnaki may have cast the die, but it is our heartbeats, our passions, our very humanity that give life to the cosmos. I long to reach out to Gilgamesh, to tell him that even in despair, there is beauty. That in the shadows, amidst the chaos, lies the essence of our existence. But he was lost, consumed by the very gods he sought to defy. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world into twilight, I felt the cold grip of eternity tighten around us all, a reminder that in the dance of creation and destruction, we are forever caught in the pull of something greater, an unending struggle, a haunting melody that echoes through time. Time pressed on, a relentless force, and in the distance, I could feel the Anunnaki stirring, their influence weaving through the tapestry of humanity, waiting for the next act in this eternal play. And I stood there, breathless and trembling, knowing that the story was far from over. The shadows lengthened, the night whispered secrets, and I was left standing on the precipice of the unknown, heart racing, yearning for the next chapter of this cosmic dance. The air crackled, thick as the smoke that spiraled upward from the sacrificial flames licking the feet of the towering ziggurat. Shadows danced across its stepped sides, an ancient giant rearing into the night, as if it were both protector and predator. The earth trembled, a low growl beneath the feet of the gathered crowd, the weight of their hopes and fears pressing down like a stone. In the heart of this chaos stood Ilara, her heart pounding like a war drum, each pulse a reminder of the life she had to defend, the life of her brother, Nico, bound to a destiny he never chose. She could hardly breathe, not just from the smoke, but from the raw terror gripping her throat. Nico had become an unwilling pawn in a game far older than their bloodline, a sacrifice to appease the gods who demanded tribute in the form of youth and innocence. She could see him now, bound and trembling at the top of the ziggurat, eyes wide with the horror of understanding, a deer caught in the hunter's gaze. "I remember," Ilara whispered, her voice lost in the cacophony. "I remember when he was just a child, chasing after sunbeams, laughter spilling from his lips like music, a reminder that life could be simple. But life had a cruel way of twisting joy into despair, and it was that very innocence that had led them here." In the shadows, crouched like a raven, stood Rylan, a priest whose faith wavered like the flickering flames. Haunted by visions and the weight of his own failure, he had once believed firmly in the righteousness of this dark ritual, believed that the gods were hungry for a sacrifice to unleash a new era of prosperity. But now, as he watched Ilara's frantic eyes search the crowd, he realized the price was far too steep. Guilt gnawed at his insides, a relentless beast, and every heartbeat echoed like a thunderclap in his ears. "I remember," Rylan muttered, clenching his fists, "the first time I held a dagger. I was so proud, so naive, the blade had felt like power in his hands, but now it felt like a shackle, binding him to choices that made him sick." Each footstep he took toward the ziggurat felt heavier, as if the very stones were reaching out, trying to pull him back, to drag him down into the abyss of his own making. The crowd roared, their chants rising like a tide, swelling with fervor, drowning out the whispers of doubt that flickered inside him. "The gods demand their due," they cried, their faces illuminated by flickering flames, eyes wide with fervent belief. Belief that brought them here, yet what lay ahead was merely a masquerade veiled in blood. But Ilara couldn't let this happen. Desperation clawed at her throat, tightening like a noose. She fought against the tide of dread, feeling its icy fingers creeping up her spine. "I will not let you take him," she screamed, a voice rising above the cacophony, cracking like thunder. The words fell like stones into the pond of the crowd, rippling through the assembly, shifting their attention. "You think the gods care for your brother?" Rylan called out, stepping into the firelight, his heart racing. "You think they will save you?" He looked at her, and in that moment, she saw the boy he once was, the one who had laughed in the temple's courtyard, free and unburdened. "You cannot fight the will of the divine." "Divine," she spat, rage igniting within her. What divine force demands the life of an innocent? What kind of god thrives on suffering? The crowd shifted, uncertainty buzzing in the air like a swarm of angry bees. She could feel their gaze on her, a mixture of admiration and fear, and perhaps a flicker of hope. A haunting silence fell over the gathering, punctuated only by the crackling of the flames. The ziggurat loomed above, a silent witness, its steps darkened with blood and memory, each layer a testament to the sacrifices made in its shadow. And yet, as the night deepened, it felt alive, the stones whispering secrets while the cosmos watched. Nico's cries echoed in the hollow space, a sound that pierced through Ilara's heart. "Help me! Please!" His voice was a desperate plea, tinged with a boy's innocence, and it twisted the knife deeper. "I remember," she gasped, her breath hitching, grief swelling in her chest. "I remember when we played hide and seek in the fields, where the sun painted everything gold. I won't let this ziggurat consume you." Rylan stepped closer, feeling the pull of her emotions, a gravitational force that threatened to unearth his own buried doubts. "Ilara," he whispered, "if we act now, we could," but she cut him off, fire blazing in her eyes. "You think this is about you? This is about him. You betrayed the very essence of what it means to be human." The words hung heavy in the air, an accusation that settled like dust on their skins. As the crowd shifted again, confusion rippling through them, the tension rose. A deep breath echoed in the silence, a moment suspended in time. The sky seemed to darken, as if the universe held its breath, waiting for a decision, a choice, a consequence. Rylan felt the weight of the dagger in his hand, the instrument of fate, the tool of his faith. But as he looked at Ilara, he wondered if he was meant to wield it against the gods themselves, or for the love that bloomed amidst the ruins of their twisted beliefs. "I remember," he began, voice trembling, as the weight of the moment crushed down upon them. "I remember the first time I questioned everything I believed. The world held its breath, drawing closer, tighter, every heartbeat pulsating with the tension of this moment, a moment where faith, love, and sacrifice collided, leaving them teetering on the edge of the abyss, the ziggurats' shadows stretching greedily over their fates. In that pulsating silence, the two souls stood apart, yet intertwined, held by the fragile thread of hope, teetering on the brink of a new dawn. The temple loomed, a monstrous silhouette against the dying light, its cracked stones whispering secrets of a time when gods walked among men. The city-state of Uruk was alive with tension, the air thick with anticipation, as the sun dipped below the horizon, bleeding color across the sky, a violent cacophony of reds and purples, like the bruises of a heart too heavy with sorrow. I stood at the edge of the square, breathless, as the echoes of a distant chant enveloped me. They called for favor from the Anunnaki, those celestial beings whose very names sent shivers through the marrow of our bones. The people were desperate, their faith clinging to the edge of a knife, and I was but a shadow among them, feeling the weight of their prayers, their pleas, rip through me like arrows. In the center of it all stood Enlil, a high priest whose scarred hands cradled the sacred clay tablets, his eyes a storm of fear and reverence. He was a man torn between duty and doubt, a flawed vessel of hope. I watched him as he raised his voice over the crowd, a desperate melody that danced between the sacred and the profane. "We must appease them," he cried, his voice cracking like the earth before a storm. "Only the Anunnaki can save us from the darkness that encroaches." But I could see it in his eyes, an unrelenting dread, the gnawing understanding that our sacrifices were whispers in the wind, fading before they even reached the heavens. Across the square, my heart clenched for Ishtar, a woman of fierce spirit, her face painted with the colors of the divine. She stood out, a beacon amidst the chaos, her resolve unbroken even as the shadows gathered. But beneath her fierce exterior lay a heart fractured by loss. Her brother, a soldier, had vanished on the battlefield, swallowed whole by the gods, and every day she walked the streets was a reminder of that absence, an ache that echoed in her laughter, tainted by the specter of grief. I could almost hear her thoughts, a relentless tide. What more must I give? My brother? My soul. Her prayers were not simply rituals, they were cries for justice, for retribution, for the return of the light. The cacophony swelled, a tide of human emotion washing over the square as the sun surrendered to the night. I remember the moment the earth trembled beneath our feet, a subtle yet unmistakable shudder that reverberated through our bones. Was it a warning? A sign from the gods? The crowd gasped, and every heart stopped, time suspended in that heartbeat of fear. Enlil dropped to his knees, the tablet slipping from his grasp, shattering like dreams against the stones. The sound cut through the air like a knife, the fragments scattering like our hopes. I could feel the panic rise, a wave of despair crashing over us, pulling us into its depths. "Ishtar!" I shouted, my voice swallowed by the chaos. She turned toward me, her gaze fierce, defiant, yet vulnerable. "We can't let them see us falter." "Not now." I was terrified of what the darkness would reveal, of what lay beyond the veil of the night. I remembered that old tale, the one whispered around fires in hushed tones. The Anunnaki were not just gods, they were our creators, our overseers, but also judges. What if this tremor was not a warning, but a reckoning? A reminder of the fragile line we tread between worship and wrath. The night deepened, wrapping the city in an oppressive shroud, as the moon rose high, casting eerie shadows on the crumbling walls of our city. I felt the weight of history pressing down, the laughter and cries of those who had come before us lingering in the air, a spectral audience to our despair. How many had stood in this very spot, hearts heavy with hope, only to be left with ashes? I wanted to scream, to tear at the fabric of fate that seemed woven with cruelty. "We are not alone," I shouted, but the words felt hollow, echoing back at me with an unsettling reminder of our isolation. Enlil rose, blood in his eyes, standing among the fragments of his sacred texts, a man caught between the gods and the damned. Do not lose faith, he roared, the fervor of his words igniting a flicker of resolve in the hearts around him. But doubt lingered. I saw it in the furtive glances exchanged between friends, the way hope seemed to slink away like a thief in the night. And then, as if summoned by our desperate cries, a stillness enveloped us. The air felt charged, electric, as if the cosmos were holding its breath. A figure emerged from the shadows, tall, cloaked in darkness, yet radiating an otherworldly light. The crowd parted, fear and awe mingling in a thick fog. Was it a messenger of the Anunnaki? Or was it a harbinger of our doom? The figure stepped forward, a voice like thunder rumbling through the night. You have summoned us with your cries. What is it that you wish? Time stretched, the weight of our collective sorrow hanging in the air like a broken promise. Enlil stepped forward, his resolve shaken but unyielding. We seek guidance. Our city is crumbling, and we are lost. Each word hammered into the silence, a plea bursting forth from the depths of despair. As the figure spoke, I felt Ishtar's hand clasp mine, her grip fierce, grounding. I remembered the warmth of laughter shared between us, the fleeting moments before darkness had claimed her joy. What was at stake here was more than our lives, it was our very essence, our humanity clinging to the thread of connection. And I wanted to scream into the abyss that had swallowed so many before us, we are here. We are alive. Do not forget the living. The figure's gaze pierced through the veil of our fears, and with every breath, the tension climbed, a steady crescendo, a heart pounding against the chest of destiny, leading us down a path we might not return from. It was a moment suspended in time, a collective heartbeat thrumming with desperation and hope, leading us veiled toward an uncertain reckoning, into the darkness where only echoes remained. And as that darkness loomed, I realized, this wasn't just about the Anunnaki or the city-state of Uruk. This was about us. About the divine chaos that intertwined our fates, the raw, unfiltered, spine-chilling essence of what it meant to be alive, to feel pain, love, and hope, all at once. We were the dreamers, the broken, the warriors of worship, and our story was just beginning. The air hung heavy, thick with the scent of impending doom. Darkness, an ominous shroud, cloaked the city of Uruk, its ancient walls whispering secrets of power as the moonlight flickered like a dying ember. I stood at the edge of the square, heart racing, breath caught in my throat. A crowd gathered, a swirling mass of fear and hope, eyes wide, glistening in the eerie glow, waiting for a sign, a decision, a reason to linger in this haunting night. Why do we let them rule us? Fora whispered, her voice barely cutting through the tension. I turned to her, a tempest of emotions churning within. Because they are chosen. The Anunnaki have decreed it. But even as the words left my mouth, doubt gnawed at the edges of my soul. This divine right, this celestial stamp of approval, was it truth or a gilded cage? Fora, with her fierce spirit and untamed hair, was a spark in the darkness, a flame threatening to ignite the fears we buried deep. The gods are not here. They hide above, while we suffer below. Why do we worship shadows? Her eyes blazed, and I felt the pull of her conviction, the warmth of her rage. But my heart, oh, my heart, it quaked at the thought of rebellion. What if the Anunnaki returned in wrath? What if our defiance summoned the storm? The ground trembled beneath us, a reminder that we were but mortals, fragile and fleeting. And yet there he stood, King Gilgamesh, tall and unwavering, a figure carved from stone, a man caught between realms. His presence commanded the night, but behind the bravado, I could see the cracks, the weight of the crown pressing down upon him. Do not fear, he bellowed, but I could hear the tremor in his voice, the unspoken fears lurking just beneath the surface. We are the chosen. The Anunnaki favor us. But I remembered the stories whispered in the shadows, the tales of kings who rose on the backs of the broken, of gods who feasted while their people starved. What if the Anunnaki have abandoned us? I dared to ask, my voice barely above a whisper, but the words hung in the air like a thunderclap. The crowd shifted, a tidal wave of uncertainty, a storm on the edge of breaking. Silence! Gilgamesh roared, the king's fury igniting the air around him. But there, in the depths of his darkening gaze, I saw desperation. He needed us to believe, to trust in this divine order, this celestial hierarchy that had worn thin, fraying at the edges. I remember when the skies opened and the gods walked among us. I remember, he hesitated, the memory a ghost haunting his thoughts. But what if they never left? And I wanted to shout, to shake him from this illusion. They bathe in starlight while we wallow in despair. We are the soil, we are the roots, but they are the ones who harvest the bitter fruit. The words burned my throat, but they ignited something in the crowd, a murmur, a ripple of uncertainty that began to swell. Fora, emboldened by the echoes of our shared defiance, stepped forward. We have been ruled by fear for too long. Kingship is but a mask, a charade. The true power lies within us. Her voice danced on the winds, swirling through the hearts of those gathered, wrapping around their fears like a lover's embrace. And the shadows trembled, alive and electric, as if the very air was charged with a reckoning. What if we rose? I wondered aloud, a question that hung in the air, heavy and pregnant with possibility. The crowd surged, a collective heartbeat thrumming with the promise of change, the intoxicating taste of rebellion. But Gilgamesh, caught in the maelstrom of emotions, faced us, a king torn between loyalty to the Anunnaki and the cries of his people. You would challenge the gods, he asked, voice thick with disbelief. You would shatter the divine order? And in that moment, I felt the weight of history pressing down upon us. The stories of kings who had dared to defy the gods echoed in my mind, their thrones turned to dust, their names forgotten. We seek not to destroy, but to forge a new path, one where we are not mere pawns in a celestial game. But as I spoke, doubt wormed its way through my heart. What if the gods returned? What if their wrath was more terrible than we could fathom? The thought sent chills racing down my spine, a cold dread that wrapped around my heart like a vice. Fora stepped closer to me, her hand brushing against mine, a tether to the world of the living. Together, we are stronger than any divine wrath. We have the power to shape our own destiny. Her eyes pierced through the darkness, igniting a spark of hope in the depths of my soul, a fire that threatened to consume me. The heavens crackled with tension, an ominous reminder of the stakes we faced. What do we want? I shouted, words tumbling from my lips like wildfire. Do we want to live in shadows, or do we want to rise, to claim our birthright? And the crowd surged, a living, breathing entity, the pulse of rebellion unmistakable. In that heartbeat of eternity, I felt the fabric of our existence shift, the universe itself holding its breath. The Anunnaki may have given kings their power, but here, beneath the flickering stars, we were claiming ours. But still, a shadow loomed, Gilgamesh's gaze flickered toward the stars, as if seeking the eyes of the Anunnaki, the deities who had once walked among mortals. I could see the fear in his eyes, the struggle within him, a man caught in the web of duty and desire. What if they curse us? He whispered, almost pleading. In that moment, I understood. Kingship was a burden, a crown woven with thorns, and for every decision made in the name of the divine, a piece of the soul was sacrificed. And yet, there was something beautiful in the chaos, something divine in our defiance. The night remained thick with tension as the crowd swelled around us, our breaths mingling in the cool air. What do we say to the darkness? Fora's voice rang out, a battle cry echoing in the stillness. We say we are here. We say we matter. And in that moment, we stood at the precipice of change, a fragile thread woven with the strands of our hopes and fears. The Anunnaki may have gifted kings their divine right, but we, the forgotten, the ignored, were ready to reclaim our voice. The moon bore witness, the stars held their breath, and the city of Uruk stood on the brink of transformation, teetering between the weight of an ancient covenant and the fragile promise of freedom. The air hummed with anticipation, a heartbeat echoing through the night, and I could feel destiny unfurling before us, ready to embrace the chaos that would surely follow. The sky was a canvas of bruised purples and fiery reds, the sun a dying ember slipping behind the jagged mountains, casting shadows that seemed to whisper secrets to the night. I stood there, heart racing, as the air thickened with tension. The city pulsed with an eerie energy, the streets littered with the ghosts of yesterday, memories tangled like the roots of ancient trees, each one pulling at my soul. I remembered the tales my father told me about the Anunnaki, those celestial beings whose presence loomed over us like a dark cloud, guiding our fates with numbers, animals, and stars. In the distance, I saw her, nearer, her fierce eyes blazing like twin stars in a midnight sky. She was on the brink, teetering between despair and defiance, haunted by a truth she couldn't escape. "They're coming for me," she whispered, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. "They want what I have." The weight of her words crashed into me, a tidal wave of fear that chilled my bones. I remember the night we stumbled upon that ancient tablet, the one inscribed with the forbidden knowledge of the Anunnaki. It was our curse, binding us to a destiny neither of us could comprehend. Beside her stood Kian, a man torn by his own demons, a reluctant warrior grappling with the shadows of his past. He clenched his fists, knuckles white, as if holding back a tempest brewing within. "You don't understand, Nira. The numbers are a warning. They're not just myths, they're a map of what's to come." His voice was a low rumble, filled with urgency yet tinged with a hint of desperation. I could see the conflict swirling in his eyes, the struggle between loyalty and fear. He had lost so much, his family, his home, because of these ancient echoes. As the sun sank lower, darkness enveloped us, a cloak heavy with unspoken truths. The city morphed into a labyrinth of shadows, each corner hiding a secret, each alleyway a reminder of the Anunnaki's watchful gaze. I remembered the stories of how they descended from the heavens, great beings woven from the fabric of the cosmos, bringing knowledge and despair in equal measure. They were the reason behind the chaos, their symbols seeped into our very souls, twisting our fates into inexplicable patterns. I felt the weight of the number 13 pressing down on us, a harbinger of doom. "Do you really think they care about us?" Nira's voice cracked, breaking the spell of silence that hung heavy in the air. "We're just pawns in their game, Kian. They'll take what they want, and we'll be left with nothing." Her vulnerability was both heart-wrenching and beautiful, a raw emotion laid bare under the night sky. I wanted to comfort her, to tell her it would be all right, but how could I when the truth loomed like a specter behind us? Kian stepped forward, a flame igniting in his chest. "We can't give up. There's a reason we found that tablet. It's not just a relic, it's a weapon. If we can decipher it, we can turn the tide." His determination was palpable, a storm of hope clashing against the dark reality that surrounded us. But I could see it, the flicker of doubt beneath his bravado. What if the Anunnaki were already aware of our intentions? What if they had been watching us all along, weaving our choices into the very fabric of their design? I could almost hear the celestial bodies above us, their silent whispers echoing through the void of space. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed into the fountain of fate, and the stars shimmered like distant eyes, gazing down with indifference. Were they our allies or our executioners? My heart raced as I fought against the urge to look away, to flee from the heavy truth that draped over us like a funeral shroud. "Numbers, nearer," Kian pressed, urgency flooding his voice. "They symbolize power. The Anunnaki used them as a language to manipulate the cosmos. If we can understand their meaning, we can rewrite our destinies." I watched as Nira's brows furrowed, her mind racing to catch up. She was caught between fear and faith, a tightrope walker on the edge of oblivion. What did she have to lose? Rats scuttled through the alleys, their beady eyes glinting in the dim light, reminders of decay and desperation. The city felt alive, but not in a good way. It was a predator lurking, waiting for the perfect moment to pounce. I could feel its breath on my neck, a cold reminder of mortality. The Anunnaki weren't just ancient myth, they were the shadows that enveloped our lives, the forces that dictated our moves. I remember the dreams, Nira whispered, her eyes glassy with memories. They were vivid, terrifying. I saw the numbers, shifting and changing, forming patterns I couldn't grasp. And the animals, they were symbols of something greater, warnings of what was to come. Her hands trembled, fingers curling into fists as if trying to hold on to sanity. I could see her unraveling, pulled apart by the weight of knowledge. Kian stepped closer, reaching out to her, desperation mingling with hope. Then we must confront them. If we are to face the Anunnaki, we need to understand their symbolism. The numbers, the animals, they hold the key. We can't let fear dictate our choices. His voice rose, a battle cry in the night, challenging the darkness that threatened to swallow us whole. But I felt the pull of the abyss, the haunting question echoing in my mind: what if we were too late? What if the Anunnaki had already woven our destinies into their tapestry? The clock ticked ominously in the background, each second a reminder of the impending doom. I felt a cold sweat trickle down my spine as the weight of the cosmos pressed down upon us. I took a breath, the air thick with dread and anticipation. The night was alive with possibilities, yet suffocating in its silence. Each heartbeat echoed like a drum, a reminder that we were still human, still flesh and blood. The shadows stretched and twisted, whispering promises of despair and hope. We were caught in the eye of the storm, and the choice we made next would ripple through the fabric of time. In that moment, I realized we were more than just players in this cosmic game. We were vessels of emotion, standing against the tides of fate. With the ghosts of the Anunnaki looming above us, we prepared for the confrontation our destinies had long foretold. The symbols would lead us, the darkness would guide us, and perhaps, just perhaps, we would carve our place in the stars. The air was thick with dust, swirling softly like spirits caught between worlds. I stood in that dim-lit chamber, surrounded by ancient cuneiform tablets, the weight of history pressing against my chest like a stone. Shadows flickered on the walls, whispering tales of the Anunnaki, those enigmatic beings woven into the very fabric of Sumerian lore. My heart raced, not from the thrill of discovery but from a gnawing dread that clawed at my insides. What if the truths they held were more terrifying than the myths? I remember the first time I laid eyes on those tablets. They were crumbling relics of a bygone era, etched with symbols that sang of gods and men, creation and destruction. Each character seemed to pulse with a life of its own, a heartbeat echoing through millennia. I felt drawn to them, like a moth to a flame, yet terrified of the burn. Then there was Tara, my partner in this maddening quest, her fierce green eyes reflecting both brilliance and torment. She was the skeptic, always questioning, always doubting, but beneath her cool exterior simmered a tempest of unresolved grief. "These aren't just ancient stories," she'd whisper, a tremor in her voice. "They're warnings. We need to tread lightly." And yet, the thrill of the unknown propelled us forward, like moths spiraling toward an inevitable flame. The shadows thickened around us as if they were aware of our presence, aware of our intentions. I could almost hear their whispers, secrets carried on the wind, laced with an urgency that sent chills skittering down my spine. In the corner, a flickering candle cast erratic shadows, reminiscent of the dance of souls long departed. "What if they're watching us?" I murmured, half joking but with a nervous laugh that fell flat. Tara's gaze hardened. "Then we better hope they're in a good mood," she replied, a wry smile twitching at her lips but betraying the fear in her heart. Across the room stood Marcus, a scholar with a wild manner of curls and an insatiable hunger for knowledge. His laughter punctured the tension, but I knew it was a mask. His obsession with the Anunnaki was more than academic, it was personal, a desperate search for answers he never found in his own family's history. "They created us," he'd exclaim, eyes alight with fervor. "Or destroyed us. Either way, we deserve to know." But the deeper we dug, the more the air crackled with unease. The tablet spoke of creation, yes, but also of calamities, great floods, wars that turned cities to ash, dreams that haunted the very fabric of existence. I remember tracing my fingers over the clay, feeling the grooves where ancient scribes had poured their souls. It felt like touching the pulse of time itself, a connection that both thrilled and terrified me. Days turned into nights, and the stories began to bleed together, visions of gods descending from the heavens, weaving destinies with the flick of a wrist. I could almost feel their presence in the corners of my mind, lurking, waiting. Tara's skepticism wavered, her eyes clouding with doubt. "What if they were never gods?" she asked one night, her voice barely above a whisper. "What if they were just men with power? What if they're still among us?" That question lingered, a specter in the dark, as we sifted through the fragments of the past. I felt like a ghost myself, hovering between worlds, between understanding and madness, between the sacred and the profane. Marcus became increasingly frantic, poring over the texts by candlelight, searching for clues that eluded us. "What does it all mean?" he shouted one evening, his voice echoing off the stone walls. "Why does this feel like a warning?" The weight of those cuneiform characters seemed to throb with every heartbeat, every breath filled with trepidation. They spoke of the Anunnaki, of their legacy, and of the laws they imposed upon humanity, laws we struggled against even centuries later. I felt the tension mount, a taut wire ready to snap. In the stillness of night, I had a dream, no, a nightmare. I stood in a city, ancient yet familiar, surrounded by towering ziggurats and the echo of chants. I saw the Anunnaki, their eyes like burning coals, watching, judging. "You seek answers," one intoned, its voice a thunderclap. "But some knowledge is a curse." I woke in a cold sweat, the room heavy with shadows, Tara's form next to me, peaceful yet so far away. I could sense her dreams were troubled too, haunted by the same whispers that gripped me. The next day, as we sifted through another pile of dust-laden tablets, a sudden crack echoed through the chamber. My heart thundered as the ground trembled, a warning from deep within the earth, a reminder that history could awaken, could break free from its confines. "We need to leave," Tara cried, her voice slicing through the tension like a knife. But Marcus was entranced, unable to tear himself away from the secrets that begged to be unveiled. "No. We're so close." "Just a little longer," he pleaded, desperation coating his words. He was a moth drawn to the flame, and in that moment, I saw the price of knowledge, the madness that came with seeking too deeply. "Stay back!" Tara shouted, clutching my arm, panic etching lines across her face. I could feel her heartbeat, quickening, echoing the tension that crackled in the air. The tablets trembled, as if the very language of the ancients was alive, warning us of the storm brewing within those fragile shards of clay. "Marcus!" I shouted, the panic rising like bile, but he was lost in a trance, fingers brushing against the cuneiform. "You don't understand." And then it happened, a rush of darkness enveloped the room, a visceral wave that knocked the breath from my lungs. Shadows converged, forming shapes that felt both ancient and modern, a meld of time so intense it was suffocating. The air crackled with energy, whispers weaving through the chaos, and I felt the weight of history pressing against us, threatening to consume us whole. As we stood on the precipice, caught between the past and the present, between the known and the unfathomable, I realized the truth: we were never meant to understand completely. The Anunnaki had left their mark, a legacy intertwined with the very essence of our being, a truth wrapped in shadows and echoes, forever elusive yet achingly close. What if we're too late? Tara's voice trembled just as the shadows pulsed with life. The answer lingered in the air, a haunting reminder that some doors, once opened, can never be closed. In that moment, I felt the weight of our choices. The cuneiform tablets were not just artifacts, they were a warning, a legacy intertwined with our own, pulling us deeper into the storm we had unleashed. The past was alive, and it was hungry for recognition, for reckoning. As the shadows swirled around us, I realized that our journey had only just begun. The truth of the Anunnaki, their legacy, was a living thing, and as we stood there, hearts pounding, the weight of their history on our shoulders, a choice loomed. To turn back or to plunge deeper into the unknown, forever altered by the secrets we dared to confront. And as the darkness whispered our names, we felt the chilling embrace of destiny stretching before us, an invitation we could scarcely resist. The air crackled with an electric intensity, a palpable tension that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. A storm raged beyond the ancient city walls, but here, inside the dim chamber, the real tempest brewed, a swirling maelstrom of fear, regret, and desperate longing. The flickering candlelight cast shadows that seemed to sway like phantoms, whispering secrets of the dead. I could feel the weight of their eyes upon me, the ancestors who watched without judgment, yet with an ominous knowing. I remember the night when everything changed. The ground trembled, shaking loose the stones of the past, a prelude to the reckoning that would unfold. In that moment, I stood alongside Mara, my sister, her eyes haunted, reflecting the flickering light of the candle like twin moons eclipsed by fear. She clutched a tattered scroll, a relic from our parents, long gone but forever entwined in our destiny. "They're coming for us," she whispered, her voice trembling. The Anunnaki will demand judgment. The words hung heavy in the air, thick like smoke, suffocating. And then there was Eli, Mara's husband, a man forged from the flames of conflict and the burden of expectation. His jaw clenched tight, revealing a fragility masked by bravado. "We must prepare," he insisted, though his voice quaked with unspoken doubts. He had always been the protector, the one who claimed to have the answers, but as the shadows closed in, it became clear that even he was drowning in uncertainty. I could see the flicker of fear in his dark eyes, the terrible weight of his past decisions clawing at him, demanding to be acknowledged. "I remember the stories," I said, desperation clawing at my throat. "The Anunnaki, they decide our fate, but what if we don't belong to them?" My voice trembled, wavering like the flickering flame. I felt their presence. The ancient gods, the enforcers of cosmic law, looming just beyond the veil of our understanding. They were not merely myth, they were here, in our hearts, in the very fabric that bound us together, pressing against our souls. Mara's breath caught in her throat, and the air turned electric with her fear. "What choice do we have?" she cried, her voice a haunting echo that ricocheted off the crumbling walls. "What if judgment comes for us, and we've done nothing to deserve mercy?" The bitterness of her words stung, a reminder of how little control we had over our fates. In that moment, time twisted, and I could feel the echoes of the past crashing against the present. I remembered our parents' faces, how they raised us with tales of the afterlife, of the Anunnaki's judgment. "You will be weighed against the feather of truth," they said, their voices warm like summer sun. But what did that mean when every heartbeat felt like a sin, and each memory was stained with regret? Eli's hands clenched into fists, but I could see the tremor beneath the surface. "We must face them," he said, voice low and steady, yet trembling with vulnerability. "We cannot run from our past. They will find us regardless." But as he spoke, he cast a lingering glance at the door, that dark portal to uncertainty. I could see him wrestling with the specters of his own history, choices made, loves lost, the haunting weight of his own failures. Outside, the storm roared with primal fury, the sky splitting open as if the heavens themselves were weeping for us. Thunder rolled like a judge's gavel, and I felt the earth tremble beneath us, the heartbeat of a world on the brink. I closed my eyes, and for a fleeting moment, it wasn't just the storm that thrashed outside. It was the fear of the unknown, the anxiety of impermanence, the suffocating truth of mortality, the very essence of our humanity. Why do they torment us? Mara's voice broke through my reverie, raw and jagged. Why must we stand trial for our existence? For our very breath? Her words sliced through the air, a haunting wail of despair that reverberated in the silence around us. I could see the shadows of our ancestors, swirling just outside the periphery of our vision, their presence both comforting and terrifying. And then came the silence, a heavy pause filled with the unspoken weight of our collective fears. I could hear my heart pounding in my chest, pacing like a caged beast, desperate for release. What awaited us on the other side of the Anunnaki's judgment? Would they judge our hearts, our souls, the very essence of who we are? Or would we simply be lost, like whispers carried away by the wind, forgotten in the annals of eternity? Eli stepped forward, determination igniting in his eyes as he reached for Mara's hand, grounding her in that chaotic swirl of emotion. "We fight for our freedom," he declared, his voice defiant, though I could hear the quiver beneath it. "We fight for our right to exist, to be more than the sum of our fears." And in that moment, something in me shifted, a flicker of hope ignited where despair once dwelled. The shadows danced closer, eager to engulf us, but somehow, amidst the darkness, we found a flicker of light. The ancient stories whispered through the cracks of our fear, tales of rebellion and redemption, of souls rising from the ashes to claim their fates. I could feel the past intertwining with the present, a tapestry woven with threads of pain and perseverance. Together, I breathed, the word a fragile promise. We faced them together. But as the storm raged on, echoing the turmoil within, I felt the weight of the unknown press against us, a chilling reminder that the Anunnaki awaited, eager to weave our fates into their grand tapestry of immortality and judgment. And in that charged moment, I knew, the true battle lay not in the shadows of gods but within the depths of our own souls, where the echoes of our past would collide with the haunting spectre of our future. And so, the storm continued to rage, spiraling onward, pulling us deeper into the abyss of our own making, where every heartbeat echoed with dread and every breath hung thick with uncertainty. The world trembles. A shadow looms, stretching across an ancient city, casting long fingers of dread over the cobblestone streets. I stand in the midst of it, heart pounding, as echoes of an age-old tale pulse through the air. The sun hangs low, a blood-orange orb, dying against the horizon. I can almost hear the whispers of the Anunnaki, their names wrapped in mystery, their legacies entwined with our fleeting existence. They were gods, or so they claimed, and mere mortals like us are caught in their web, like moths drawn to a flame. There, in the trembling heart of the city, stands Isha, a scholar, a seeker. Her hair, a cascade of obsidian, catches the last rays of the sun, shimmering like a dark river under the light. She clutches a weathered tablet, the cuneiform script etched into its surface like lifelines of a forgotten world. I can see her breath quicken, the fear creeping in. The rumors swirl like dust in the air. The Anunnaki are not just a myth. They're returning, and the art, the ancient iconography, holds the key. Do you hear them? She whispers, her voice barely breaking the silence. It trembles with urgency, a plea that echoes in my own heart. I can see the conflict gnawing at her, a storm of disbelief and desperation. The weight of knowledge presses down, the burden of understanding that which should not be understood. Isha is flawed, riddled with doubt, yet drawn to the mystery like a moth to a flame. Then there's Malik, an artist, passion igniting his every stroke. He paints the Anunnaki as they descend from the heavens, their forms magnificent yet terrifying, a juxtaposition of beauty and dread. His canvas breathes life, but in his eyes I see the flicker of torment. He struggles with the darkness within, battling the demons that haunt him night after night. Memories of failed love and lost time twist and turn, a dance of shadows across his mind. Each brushstroke is a confession, a cry for redemption. I remember, he says, voice thick with emotion, the legends, the murals on the walls of ancient temples. They speak of power, of creation, but they also speak of despair. His fingers tremble as he paints, each dab of color like a heartbeat, each line a pulse of pain. He's caught between the beauty of his creation and the horror of what it represents. The air crackles, thick with tension, as Isha and Malik converge at the city's heart. The walls around us pulse with stories, the iconography of our ancestors screaming for attention. The images come alive, winged beings with sharp claws, fierce eyes that pierce the soul, deities who walked among us, and those who fell from grace. The Anunnaki dance across the canvas of history, their presence felt in every brushstroke, every ancient carving, and every haunting echo. Isha reaches out, her fingers brushing against the art, a shrine to the Anunnaki's legacy. They are watching us, she breathes, her voice a whisper of fear. The shadows twist around her, and I can feel the weight of the universe pressing down. Her fear bleeds into Malik's desperation, and for a moment, time stands still. The cosmos hangs in the balance, an invisible clock ticking down to the inevitable. The air shifts. A dynamic tension fills the space between them, electric and alive, as they confront the truth of their existence. The Anunnaki are more than myths, they are the architects of our fate, and in their gaze, we are but fleeting shadows. I can't let this go, Malik says fiercely, his voice rising. The art, it's a record of who we are. We can't forget, we can't turn away. There is a fire in his eyes, a determination forged in the crucible of despair. But Isha falters, her heart heavy with doubt. What if they return? What if the legends are true? What if they demand something from us? Her voice breaks, raw and frayed, a reflection of the turmoil within her. She is the embodiment of fear, wrestling with the implications of their discoveries. Moments stretch like an eternity, the air thick with unspoken words. The sun sinks lower, darkness unfurling its wings, enveloping us in a shroud of mystery. I can feel the pulse of the city, the heartbeat of history whispering secrets, urging us to listen. The murals around us seem to breathe, telling tales of creation and destruction, of gods and mortals entwined in a dance as old as time. Then, the shadows thicken. A chill creeps into the air, wrapping around us like a ghostly shroud. The Anunnaki's presence is almost tangible, a weight that presses down on our souls. They demand acknowledgement, their legacy interwoven with the fabric of our existence. Remember, Isha pleads, her eyes wide, reflecting the horror of the unknown. We must remember. The art, the stories, they are all we have. We can't let the darkness overshadow us. Her voice rises above the encroaching silence, a desperate cry clinging to the edges of hope. Malik steps closer, his voice steady. We will carve our own stories. We will paint our own destinies. The fire in his words ignites a spark in Isha. They stand on the precipice of their fears, caught between the whispers of the past and the shadows of what is to come. As the last light of day fades, the world around us transforms. The murals seem to shimmer, the Anunnaki watching, waiting. The tension mounts, wrapping around us like a noose, tightening with each breath. And in that moment, I realize, the Anunnaki are here, not just in the art, but in every heartbeat, every brushstroke, and every whispered prayer. The line between history and the present blurs, and all that remains is the haunting question, will we rise, or will we fall beneath their gaze? Time slips away, but the feeling lingers, heavy and electric, as if we teeter on the edge of something monumental. Each heartbeat echoes like a drumbeat of destiny, pulling us deeper into the abyss. The Anunnaki watch from the shadows of our creation, waiting for their moment to reclaim what is theirs. In that eerie silence, as the darkness settles in, I know the story is far from over. It's merely a prelude to the tumultuous confrontation that looms ahead. With every passing heartbeat, every breath, we are woven into the tapestry of their legacy, a reminder that the past is never truly gone, it lives and breathes within us, echoing across the cosmos, as ancient and relentless as time itself. The shadows stretch long across the cracked earth, the sun slipping behind the ziggurat like a thief fleeing with the last light of day. Dust hangs in the air, thick and suffocating, as if the very whispers of the past are trying to choke out the present. The marketplace is a ghost town, save for one figure, a woman, her hands trembling, clutching a handful of barley. Sumerian women, once vibrant, now merely echoes of their former strength, she embodies that bittersweet memory. I remember the thrill of goddess worship, the way Inanna's name rolled off tongues like honey, sweet and fierce. She, the goddess of love and war, held the cosmos in her hands, yet here I stood, bound by the same dirt that birthed my ancestors. The air buzzed with tension, an ominous hum that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I was not just a woman, I was a vessel of stories and blood, a conduit of pain and pride. And then there was Ninsun, mother of Gilgamesh, goddess of wisdom and wild creatures. Her heart, a blend of ferocity and tenderness, was a paradox wrapped in a silk robe. I remember how her eyes would shine with the fire of stars, yet she too faced the crushing weight of expectation. In a world where men roamed as kings, we women were left to navigate the labyrinth of survival, our power hidden beneath layers of fabric and fear. Do you feel it? Ninsun asked me once, her voice smooth like the river's current. The silence that screams louder than thunder. I nodded, caught in the web of her gaze. It was a silence pregnant with unfulfilled dreams, a quiet that suffocated ambition. In her presence, I felt the pulse of the universe, both magnificent and cruel. The tension in the air thickened like smoke as stories of the Anunnaki drifted into the marketplace, the ancient deities who walked among mortals, shaping destinies with a flick of their divine wrists. They were the architects of our fate, and yet, we, women, seemed like mere afterthoughts in their grand design. What of my desires? My ambitions? Were they destined to wither like the barley in my hand? Do you think they see us? I asked Ninsun, my voice barely above a whisper. The Anunnaki? Or are we just shadows? Her laugh was a sharp blade, cutting through the veil of despair. They see us, yes. But they may not understand. Too busy ruling the heavens to notice how we bear the weight of the world. In that moment, everything shifted. The memory of Inanna surged within me, a tidal wave of resolve. I could be a goddess too, even if the world tried to bury me under its expectations. I remembered her descent into the underworld, how she faced her sister Erishkigal, the queen of the shadows. A battle of wills, of life and death played out in the dark. It was the ultimate sacrifice, yet Inanna emerged reborn, radiant. If she could reclaim her power, so too could I. But at that moment, the sharp clang of metal broke the silence, sending a jolt through the atmosphere. A group of men, their faces hardened by the relentless sun, marched into the square. Their eyes held the promise of violence, a storm brewing within them that threatened to unleash chaos. They were the enforcers of a patriarchal decree, a reminder of the thin line we walked between reverence and oppression. "Who dares to challenge the gods?" one of them bellowed, his voice echoing like a death knell. I felt the weight of history press down on me, the stories of countless women crushed under the weight of male dominance. Ninsen stood tall beside me, her presence a shield against the oncoming tide. "They do not own us," she hissed, her eyes sparking with defiance. "We are woven into the very fabric of this world." Her heart pulsed with a rhythm that matched my own, a furious beat that urged us to rise. I took a step forward, barley slipping through my fingers, a symbol of both my fragility and strength. "We are not just vessels for your glory," I shouted, my voice a quaking echo, rising against the cacophony of oppression. "We are the goddesses of our own stories." Their laughter echoed back, cold and mocking, as if we were but whispers against a roaring tide. But there was a flicker of something in their eyes, hesitation mingling with arrogance. In that moment, I saw it, the fear they hid behind bravado. They feared us because they knew our stories could not be silenced forever. And then, a heartbeat, a moment where everything hung in the balance. Ninsen stepped closer, her hand reaching for mine, an electric connection sparking between us. Together, we were a force. We could channel the strength of Inanna, the wisdom of Ninsen, and the ferocity of every woman who had risen before us. Together, she whispered, and I felt the world shift, the fabric of our realities intertwining like roots beneath the earth. We were sowing seeds of rebellion in the shadows, etching our names into the annals of history where gods and men had overlooked us. As the men surged forward, a cacophony of chaos erupted. The dust stirred around us, swirling like the emotions in my chest: fear, anger, hope. I felt alive, electric, as if the very cosmos had conspired to ignite something deep within. I remembered the stories, the prayers, the ancient songs sung to the night sky. The tension exploded, a wildfire igniting the air. In the heart of it all stood Ninsen and I, defiantly unbroken. As the world around us spiraled into chaos, I knew there was no end, only the continuation of a fight that had spanned centuries. The roles of women in Sumerian mythology were not just tales of the past, they were threads woven into the very essence of life itself, waiting to be reclaimed. In that moment, I understood, we were destined not to be forgotten, but to rise, to roar, to carve out our existence in a world that had tried to silence us. And as darkness enveloped us, I felt the pulse of the universe quicken, the heartbeat of the goddess echoing in every breath we took, an eternal reminder that we would never be just shadows. The stars hung like ghosts in the night sky, a tapestry of darkness woven with pinpricks of cold light. I stood on the crumbling rooftop of an ancient temple, the stones beneath my feet slick with age and wisdom, as the wind howled through the hollowed columns, whispering secrets of the cosmos. It was a moment suspended in time, where the air thickened with the weight of dread and destiny. The city of Ur lay sprawled beneath me, a labyrinth of mud brick walls and flickering lamps, each flicker a heartbeat, a pulse of life amidst the shadows that loomed like ancient deities. I could feel the tremor in my chest, each heartbeat a reminder of the urgency that clawed at my insides. My breath came heavy, mingling with the scent of earth and the lingering traces of burnt offerings. The Anunnaki had returned, those enigmatic beings from the heavens, draped in silken robes that mirrored the night sky. They were the architects of fate, the sculptors of destiny, and their presence ignited a fire of terror deep within me. I remembered the prophecy whispered in the marketplace, the hushed voices that spoke of celestial alignments and the wrath of gods. Zara! A voice split through the night, raw and urgent, like a knife slicing through the fabric of reality. It was Lugal, my brother, his eyes wild with desperation as he climbed the temple steps, each footfall echoing like the toll of a distant bell. "You must look! The stars are shifting." I turned my gaze upward, my heart racing as I followed his trembling finger. The constellations, those familiar patterns of light, now danced in a chaotic waltz, spinning and twisting in a cosmic theater of madness. My fingers trembled as I recalled the tales of our ancestors, the astral maps etched into clay tablets, the celestial navigation that guided our forefathers across the desolate deserts. But what did it mean now, with the heavens unraveling before our eyes? What if, I began, the fear snaking through my veins, squeezing tightly? What if they come for us? What if we're not ready? Lugal's face was a storm of emotions, fear battling against a flicker of hope. We mustn't lose faith, Zara. The Anunnaki once bestowed knowledge upon us. We can still harness their wisdom. But I saw the doubt in his eyes, a flicker of uncertainty that clashed with the fervor of his words. He was a dreamer, my brother, always reaching for the stars while I remained grounded, anchored in the murky depths of reality. Knowledge? I scoffed bitterly, casting my gaze at the swirling constellations. What good is knowledge when we're standing on the precipice of annihilation? The gods have turned their backs on us. The shadows deepened, swallowing my voice, leaving only the echo of my despair. But Lugal stepped closer, his presence a balm against the chilling fear that enveloped me. Maybe they haven't. Maybe they're testing us, pushing us to remember who we are. His voice trembled, but there was a fire in his words, a flicker of rebellion against the darkness. We have to reach out, Zara. We must align ourselves with the stars. I wanted to believe him, to grasp onto that flicker of hope, but the weight of doubt pressed against my chest, tightening like a noose. Memories flooded back, our father's stories by the fire, his deep voice weaving tales of the Anunnaki, those celestial beings who once walked among us, teaching, guiding, leaving behind a legacy that felt more like a curse. I remember the night he disappeared, a flash of light across the sky, and then nothing, a void that swallowed our family whole. Do you ever wonder, I murmured, my voice barely a whisper, if they're watching us now, laughing at our insignificance? What if we're just pawns in their cosmic game? Lugal's hands clenched, knuckles white against the night. Or maybe we're the ones who hold the key. We can use the stars to navigate our fate, to find our purpose. He extended his hand, palm open, a desperate plea for connection. But my heart was a battlefield, torn between fear and desire, and as I looked into his eyes, I saw the reflection of 1,000 unresolved conflicts, his dreams, my doubts, the weight of our shared history. I remembered nights spent counting stars, weaving dreams of adventure and exploration, and now those dreams felt like a cruel joke, overshadowed by the specter of impending doom. Lugal, I said, my voice cracking, what if we fail? What if the heavens swallow us whole? He stepped closer, grounding me in that swirling chaos, his gaze steady, fierce. Then we face it together. We are not alone in this. The stars have always guided us, and they will continue to do so. But we must act before it's too late. As he spoke, the wind shifted, howling through the temple's ruins, as if the very universe was answering our pleas. My heart raced with a wild mixture of dread and exhilaration. I could hear the echoes of the past, the laughter of the Anunnaki mingling with the cries of the lost. The air crackled with energy, a promise of something monumental looming on the horizon. The stars glimmered like watchful eyes, each twinkle a reminder of what was at stake. I could feel the weight of destiny pressing against my chest, suffocating yet exhilarating, urging me to take that leap into the unknown. What lay ahead was shrouded in darkness, but in that moment, with my brother by my side, I felt the flicker of hope ignite within me. Then let's find our way, I breathed, heart racing, the words spilling forth like molten fire. Let's reach for the stars. And as we stood together on that ancient rooftop, the cosmos swirling above us, the world below suspended in anxious anticipation, I knew that the journey had only just begun. The Anunnaki watched, the stars beckoned, and we were ready to answer their call. The air was thick with dust, ancient and suffocating, swirling around us like whispers from the past. I stood in the crumbling heart of a once great city, remnants of civilization plastered against the sky, walls that had absorbed secrets, shouts, love, and betrayal. The shadows danced, taunting me, pulling me deeper into the ruins where echoes of Sumerian gods seemed to snicker at my ignorance. I could hear the grinding of stone against stone, like the whisper of a language long forgotten, clawing its way back into existence. My fingers traced the faded cuneiform etched into a slab of baked clay, a story sealed in time, begging to be told. I remember the thrill of discovery wrapped tightly around my heart. But it was there, in that moment, another voice, a memory of Aisha, her laughter as rich as the fertile banks of Mesopotamia. She had been the fire in my soul, the reason I had come to this desolate place, to unearth not just the language of the ancients but the language of our unspoken dreams. But she was gone now, lost in the crevices of my memory, buried deeper than these ruins. "Help me," whispered a voice, thin like the wind. It was Harun, my confidant, my brother in this linguistic quest. His eyes were wild, searching the shadows as if he could pull forth the spirit of Akkadian kings. We were historians, but more than that, we were desperate men lost in a world that had moved on without us, frantic in our pursuit of understanding. "Do you hear it?" he gasped, eyes wide as moons, illuminated by the flicker of our torch. "The language, it calls to us." I could feel it, the pulse of syllables, a heartbeat beneath the stones. But what haunted me was the history, the weight of the lives that had once filled these streets, now silent as tombs. I remembered the tales Aisha had told, the vibrant life of the city, the clamor of voices weaving their hopes into the fabric of the universe. The Sumerians had danced beneath the stars. Akkadian merchants had bartered their dreams, carved words into clay, and we were here, trying to stitch together fragments of their lives, but it felt futile, like grasping at smoke. "Listen," I implored, but the words fell flat against the walls. "Listen to the silence." Suddenly, the walls echoed back, mocking us, resonating with the weight of our unfulfilled desires. I remember the night Aisha whispered secrets into the cosmos, her breath warm against my skin. "Every word is a bridge," she said, "to the heart of those who came before us." I had believed her then, with the fervor of youth, but now? Now, I was drowning in a sea of lost connections, every clay tablet a reminder of what could never be reclaimed. Harun reached out, fingers trembling as they brushed against the ancient script. "What if they're not gone?" he mused, a glimmer of hope illuminating his eyes. "What if their stories still linger, woven into the very fabric of this place?" The thought echoed, rippling through my chest. What if the Sumerians still lived, their voices entwined in the whispers of the wind? What if Akkadian dreams painted the night sky? But then the reality of our quest crashed around me like a tidal wave. We weren't just here for history, we were here to find something more, something we had lost. I glanced at Harun, and his haunted gaze mirrored my own. Two men clutching at the shards of ancient languages, desperate to uncover truths that felt as distant as the stars. "We're not just historians," I murmured, "we're desperate to be understood." As if to mock our desperation, a sudden gust swept through the ruins, the shadows shifting, swirling, coiling around us like a serpent ready to strike. "What if they're watching?" Harun whispered, eyes darting. "What if they want to tell us their stories?" The idea was intoxicating, a rush of adrenaline coursing through my veins. But fear gripped my heart. What if we weren't ready? What if the past harbored ghosts, their anguish echoing through time, their tales too heavy for our shoulders? I remembered Aisha's gentle smile, how she would say, "The past is a double-edged sword, my love. It can cut deep or heal wounds." We stood at the precipice of history, words hanging in the air like specters, waiting for us to summon them back to life. I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of both our aspirations and our fears. "What if we let them in?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, trembling with the gravity of the moment. "I fear it might consume us," Harun replied, his voice thick with uncertainty. But there was an undeniable pull, a magnetic force drawing us closer to the abyss. I could almost hear the ancient syllables whispering, "Come back to us." Our hearts raced, synchronizing with the rhythm of time, a heartbeat echoing through millennia. I remembered the clock in Aisha's home, its relentless ticking, a reminder that time was a cruel, unyielding master. The shadows flickered, and for a moment, I thought I saw her, a fleeting specter, her eyes shimmering with untold stories. They bathed once a year, she had joked, so yeah, romance was earthy. humor mixed with anguish, and it felt like a dagger twisting in my heart. Are we prepared for the truth? I asked Harun, my voice breaking. What if they reveal their pain? Their fears? Their endless longing? He nodded, breathless, and in that shared moment, we understood. The past was not a distant echo, it was alive, throbbing within our bones. The Sumerians, the Akkadians, each had a voice, a language woven from the very essence of life itself. And we were the vessels, the brave souls daring to unearth the scars of time. With a shared resolve, we stepped closer to the inscriptions, our hearts hammering against our ribs, and the air thickened around us like a storm about to unleash fury. The words whispered louder, weaving a tapestry of connections, a song sung in the shadows, and we stood on the brink of revelation. I could feel it, a connection not just to the ancients, but to ourselves. The suffocating silence shattered, and we were no longer just two flawed men digging through dust. We were conduits of history, the linchpins holding dreams and sorrows together. And as the shadows closed in, a sense of foreboding wrapped around us like a shroud. The past was here, and it wanted to be heard. The sky hung heavy, a slate of bruised clouds threatening to burst open. The air crackled with anticipation, like the moment before a storm descends. Layla stood in the field, feeling the earth pulse beneath her feet, a heartbeat in rhythm with her own. She could smell the damp soil, rich and dark, but it was tainted with fear, grief, and a desperate hope that had grown as wild as the weeds choking her crops. I remember, she whispered, her voice barely a breath above the wind. I remember when the field sang with life. The Anunnaki had come then, golden-skinned beings revered as gods, promising abundance in exchange for reverence. They had walked among the people, teaching them how to coax life from the soil, how to nurture the seeds of their future, and for a brief moment, the people believed. But now? Now the promises had rotted like the very crops they once cherished. Beside her, Yarek knelt, his hands caked with mud and despair. The once vibrant green stalks of wheat lay drooped and withered, whispering secrets to the wind. They took too much, he muttered, his voice a gravelly echo of broken dreams. The rituals, the harvest, it's not enough anymore. They demand more. Each word dripped with resentment, the weight of his anger like a blade poised to strike. Yarek had always been the dreamer, the one who envisioned a life filled with laughter, love, and abundance, but the Anunnaki had twisted his dreams into nightmares. I remember, he paused, his eyes turning glassy with memories of joyous festivals, of laughter shared beneath the starlit sky. But now, all that echoed was silence, thick and suffocating. I remember the joy before they came. The crops had a spirit, a reverence. They spoke to us. A chill crept through the air, a harbinger of the darkness lurking just beyond the horizon. Layla could feel it, the weight of unseen eyes watching, waiting. The ancestral spirits of the land seemed to whisper in the rustling leaves, warning of a reckoning. The fields had grown barren, but it wasn't just the soil, it was the soul of their village that was parched, cracked from neglect and despair. Suddenly, a thunderclap tore through the air, a jolt that sent both of them to their feet. The clouds split open, unleashing a torrential downpour, flooding the earth with cold, heavy rain, a stark contrast to the warmth of their memories. Layla's heart raced, pounding against her ribs like a caged bird. She fought the urge to retreat, to hide beneath the safety of her thatched roof, to escape the storm raging both above and within. "Layla!" Yarek yelled, his voice barely rising above the chaos. "We need to do something. We can't let them take everything." His eyes blazed with desperation, but there was a flicker of something else, an unyielding spark of rebellion. But what could they do? The Anunnaki loomed large in the minds of the villagers, their divine presence an inescapable truth, their demands unrelenting. Layla thought of her brother, taken by the drought, a husk of a boy who had once chased butterflies through the fields. "It's too late, Yarek," she replied, her voice trembling like the fragile branches of a willow. "The land is cursed. We've lost their favor." The storm intensified, drenching them in icy sheets. As the earth soaked up the rain, Layla felt an inexplicable connection to the soil, a spark igniting deep within her gut. She bent down, fingers sinking into the mud, and she could almost hear the soil call her name, a maternal whisper, an ancient promise. What if we offered them something more, she dared to suggest, her heart racing with the thrill of the unknown. What do you mean? Yarek's brows knitted together, confusion battling against his rage. Something they can't resist, she breathed, fervent and alive. A true sacrifice. Not just the rituals they demand, but the essence of what it means to live, to hope. But even as she spoke, the chill of doubt seeped into her bones. Could they truly sway the whims of gods who seemed so far removed from human suffering? The Anunnaki thrived on fear and worship, their ethereal presence a haunting shadow over the village. They'll only take, she murmured, grappling with the weight of her convictions. Yarek's face hardened, a storm brewing in his eyes. If we do nothing, it's all over. Our children will end up as dust. His voice cracked, raw with anguish. I can't let that happen. I won't. The air buzzed with tension, a clash of dreams and despair echoed through the rain-soaked field. Layla could feel her heart pounding, a wild drumbeat of fear and courage. Let's do it, she declared, her voice shaking but resolute. Let's give them something they cannot ignore. In the depths of the storm, beneath the chaos of clouds, something stirred. An ancient force, unyielding and powerful, whispered through the trees. The earth, once barren, began to vibrate with a pulse of life, as if the very essence of the Anunnaki was awakening, stirring from centuries of slumber. And as they stood together in that tempest, Layla and Yarek forged a bond deeper than blood, a connection that transcended the suffering, the sacrifice, the darkness, and unquenchable desire for the light. The storm raged on, but within them, a fire ignited, one that could either lead them to salvation or into the depths of despair. But there was no turning back now. They had dared to confront the gods, to wrestle with the very fate of their world. And in that moment, under the bruised sky, they became more than mere mortals, they became the architects of their own destiny, bound together against the impending collapse, a reckoning that hummed in the air, waiting to be unleashed. I remember the night the sky split open, a gash of light swallowing the darkness whole. It was an ordinary Tuesday, or perhaps it wasn't. Time has a way of twisting and curling like smoke. I stood frozen in my backyard, the air thick with an unsettling hum, like the heartbeat of something ancient awakening. My heart pounded, each thud a desperate plea against the oppressive silence that enveloped the world. Then I saw it, a silhouette, a figure etched against the blinding light, its form shifting, fluid. I could hardly breathe, a mixture of terror and awe coursing through my veins. Was it the Anunnaki? Those deities cloaked in myth, entwined in humanity's oldest tales, woven into the fabric of our history like a thread that refused to fray. The very thought sent a shiver racing down my spine, igniting a fire of curiosity I could not extinguish. Beside me stood Raquel, my sister, her fingers trembling as she clutched her phone, our desperate little lifeline to the world, now rendered useless. Her eyes, wide and shimmering like marbles, searched mine for understanding. "Did you see that?" she gasped, her voice barely above a whisper. For Raquel, the skeptic, this moment bore down on her like a weight, a burden between disbelief and the haunting possibility of truth. "I see it, but I don't understand," I replied, my voice barely a breath. The air crackled with something electric, something beyond our comprehension. The night felt alive, thrumming with secrets, as if the cosmos held its breath, waiting. In the distance, a clock tower struck midnight. The sound echoed, a chilling reminder of time slipping away, time where myths were just stories, where the Anunnaki were mere shadows of our imagination. But now, standing there, the past felt raw and present, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were on the cusp of something monumental. "Do you think they're real?" Raquel asked, her voice trembling. The question hung in the air, heavy with dread. I wanted to laugh, to dismiss it as a childish whimsy, but the echo of a memory clawed at me, my grandmother's stories, her voice laced with conviction. The Anunnaki came to teach us, to guide us, she had said, her eyes blazing with fervor. But guide us toward what? My heart raced as I recalled the rumors swirling in the shadows of our small town. Whispers of advanced technology buried beneath the earth, waiting to be unearthed. Was this the moment those secrets would rise? Would we be the chosen ones, or merely the next victims in a long line of human folly? A sudden flash of light split the night again, illuminating the sky in a hue that felt otherworldly, almost alive. Raquel gasped, stumbling backward, and I reached out, my fingers brushing her arm, a fleeting touch that tethered us to reality. "We need to go," I urged. But fear gripped me like a vice. What if we ran from the very thing that could unravel everything we thought we knew? As we turned, another figure emerged from the shadows, a man draped in a cloak that shimmered with the remnants of starlight. His face was obscured, but his presence was undeniable, a gravity pulling us in. "You seek answers." His voice was low, like the rumble of thunder before a storm. "Yes," I breathed, my pulse quickening. It felt like a dare, a challenge tossed into the icy depths of uncertainty. But Raquel stepped back, her skepticism battling against the surge of intuition that pulled at me. I could see the turmoil in her eyes. She was afraid, terrified of the unknown, of wading into waters that might just swallow us whole. "You must choose," then, he said, the shadows curling around him as if drawn to his words. "The past is a mirror reflecting both glory and ruin. The Anunnaki were not gods, but architects of knowledge, their technology woven into the very fabric of existence. But such power comes with a cost." His words echoed deep within me, reverberating like a haunting melody. Knowledge, a beautiful, intoxicating force that could uplift or destroy. I thought of the last time I'd heard my grandmother's voice, her stories tangled with truths and half-truths. Was this what she meant? The weight of a legacy shaped by beings who walked among us eons ago? Raquel's breath hitched beside me. I could feel her retreating, her resolve crumbling. "We can't trust him, Alex. It's a trap." The fear in her voice sliced through the tension, an icy dagger that pierced the air. But what if it wasn't? What if everything we dismissed as myth suddenly bloomed into reality? I looked back at the figure, the shadows shifting with every flicker of the light, a living embodiment of our greatest fears and hopes. "What is the cost?" I asked, my voice trembling, the barrier between fear and fascination crumbling like dust around us. "He who seeks knowledge must bear the weight of truth," the figure replied, his eyes glinting with a knowing intensity. "To unlock the doors of the past is to invite the shadows of what lies ahead. Be prepared, for the journey will not be easy." In that moment, I saw it, a vision of both glory and darkness flickering behind my eyelids, cities built on the backs of giants, technology that could reshape our world, but at what price? I could feel the dread creeping in, tendrils of anxiety wrapping around my heart, squeezing tighter as I weighed the choices laid before us, knowledge or ignorance, truth or safety. Raquel stepped back further, a ghost of defiance on her face. "We need to go," she insisted, but I felt the pull of destiny tightening around me. I remember that night when the sky had opened, when everything felt inexplicably intertwined with something larger than ourselves. The Anunnaki were not just stories, they were a part of us, echoing within, challenging the very fabric of our existence. As I stood frozen at the precipice of understanding, the figure before us faded into the shadows, leaving us standing before an uncertain future, two souls locked in conflict, caught between the echoes of an ancient past and the possibilities of what lay ahead. The heart of the cosmos began to beat again, and I could only hope we were ready to listen. The sky split open, a dull roar vibrating through the ground beneath my feet as the heavens unleashed their fury. I stood there, heart pounding, mouth dry, surrounded by chaos. The air was thick with the scent of impending doom, the taste of iron mingling with rain. It wasn't just a storm, it was the rage of ancient gods, a harbinger of calamity. I remember feeling so small, so utterly insignificant, as I gazed at the horizon swallowed by darkness. In the distance, I saw him, Eli, my brother, drenched and wild-eyed, grappling with the panic that rose like the waters that threatened to engulf us. He always had that spark in his eyes, a reckless defiance against fate itself. But today, that fire flickered, shadows creeping in. "We have to go, now," he shouted over the wind, his voice a desperate plea clawing at my insides. "Where?" I screamed back, the question hanging like a noose between us. The world was unraveling, the earth trembling beneath the weight of an ancient curse. The Anunnaki had stirred, and their wrath came crashing like a tidal wave, drowning the cities of men. I could hear the echoes of laughter from the distant past, the whispers of forgotten stories, each one drenched in the sorrow of lost souls. The flood myth wasn't just a tale, it was a warning, a crimson script written across the annals of time. I remember stories, I said, my voice barely a whisper. Stories of a great flood, of a vessel meant to save the chosen. I could see it now, the boat, solitary and fragile amidst the chaos, the embodiment of hope teetering on the brink of despair. But I never believed in those stories. I scoffed at the idea of gods watching, judging, and punishing. Now, as the waters rose, my disbelief began to drown in the relentless tide. I was standing at the precipice of history, the weight of those ancient narratives crashing down upon me like a physical force. Each wave carried with it the voices of those who had come before, warning me of the wrath that had brought them to their knees. And there was Hannah. Oh, Hannah! How could I forget her? The storm twisted her features, revealing the stark beauty of fear. She stood at the edge of the village, hair whipping around her face like tendrils of smoke, eyes wide with terror. I remember how she once spoke of the Anunnaki as if they were distant relatives, her laughter echoing through sunlit fields, oblivious to the shadows looming above. Now, she seemed lost, a ghost caught between what she believed and the harsh reality unfolding. Eli, she screamed, reaching out, her voice a lifeline, yet it felt like a last cry. We need to find shelter. Her words tangled with the wind, but the desperation was palpable, a raw and haunting melody that I couldn't ignore. I could almost see the flood beneath her skin, pulsing with the fear of drowning, not just in water, but in the unknown. The memories came unbidden then, flickering like a dying flame. The shadows of our past loomed over us. I remembered laughter echoing through the streets, fingers stained with the ink of old scrolls, the weight of history pressing down, teaching us that we cannot escape the sins of our forebears. I remember the tales of Enki and the Great Flood. How he saved humanity by guiding the chosen. The stories I had dismissed as mere fables now felt like prophecies etched into the fabric of our existence. But which of us had been chosen? Was it Eli, with his unwavering courage? Was it Hannah, who carried the heart of the village in her hands? Or was it me, the one who had always lingered in the shadows of their brilliance, too afraid to step into the light? We sprinted through the chaos, our feet pounding against the cobblestones slick with rain, each drop a reminder of the flood that surged closer, creeping like a malevolent spirit. I could hear the distant cries of the villagers, their voices swallowed by the storm, a cacophony of mourning that shattered my heart into 1,000 splintered pieces. I grasped Hannah's hand, feeling the warmth fade beneath the chill of despair. We have to keep moving, I urged, my voice barely cutting through the tempest. The shadows were closing in, the floodwaters licking at our heels as if eager to claim what was left of humanity. No, she cried, panic etched in every line of her face. We can't leave them. The weight of her words hung heavy, sacrificing oneself for the sake of others, a noble but reckless choice. I saw in her eyes the reflection of the Anunnaki, their power pulsing through the storm, a reminder that their influence was insidious, that their very existence shaped our destinies. And then, just like that, something shifted. The air crackled with intensity, the storm seemed to pause, a heartbeat in the chaos. I felt it then, the gaze of ancient beings fixed upon us, judging, weighing our worth. Were we worthy of salvation? Eli! Hannah shouted, pulling me closer. Her grip tightened, a desperate anchor amidst the rising tide. What if this is our punishment? What if it's too late? Her voice was a fragile whisper, trembling with the weight of uncertainty. I could barely swallow the fear creeping into my throat, constricting like a noose. We fight! Eli roared, defiantly raising his arms to the storm. His courage, once a beacon, now a reckless flame. We fight for our lives. I wanted to scream, to shake him back to reason, but the words caught in my throat. In that moment, the skies cracked open, and the flood surged forth, not just from the heavens but from the depths of our own souls. It was here, in the heart of the storm, that we confronted our truths, our fears laid bare before the ancient gods who watched with unyielding eyes. And as the waters rose, I knew, this wasn't just about survival, it was about redemption, about breaking the chains of history that bound us to the past. And in that endless moment, with the storm howling and the flood rushing to claim us, I realized the stories were never just tales. They were warnings, lifelines thrown to us from the abyss, urging us to remember that in the face of overwhelming darkness, even the smallest spark can ignite a revolution. I looked at my brother and Hannah, and for the briefest second, our eyes met, a shared understanding pulsing through the chaos, a bond forged in the fury of the storm, an unbreakable thread that would carry us forward, into the unknown. And then we were swept away, caught in the relentless tide, the echoes of our past swirling with the hope of what was yet to come. The wind howled through the crumbling ruins, a haunting wail that echoed against the weathered stone. I stood there, heart pounding, feeling the weight of ages pressing down on me like a suffocating shroud. Shadows danced under the flickering light of the moon, tracing ancient glyphs carved into the walls, symbols of gods long fallen asleep, their breaths mingling with the dust. I could almost hear the whispers, the secrets trapped in the silence, pulling me deeper into the abyss where myth and reality entwine. In the heart of this forsaken place, I was not alone. At the edge of the crumbling precipice, Ada's face was pale, her eyes wide, reflecting the luminous glow of something that should not exist. "Do you hear them?" she gasped, clenching her fists as if to hold herself together against the creeping madness. I did not need to answer. The air thrummed with the pulse of ancient stories, of Anunnaki and their kind, their colossal figures looming over cultures, casting long shadows that stretched across time and space. Gods of creation and destruction, of malevolence and benevolence, mingling in the nightmares of our ancestors, their legacies carving lines in our souls. Beside Ada stood Marcus, torn between fascination and dread. He whispered tales of the Sumerian deities, of Enki and Enlil, their intricate web of power and betrayal. "They came from the stars," he murmured, his voice trembling, eyes darting as if expecting a celestial being to descend upon us. I could see the conflict eating at him, the thirst for knowledge battling the terror of what that knowledge might invoke. What if they're still watching? What if they never left? His voice cracked, the intensity palpable, like thunder rumbling in the distance, threatening to unleash a storm. I shivered. The stories had always held me captive, but now they felt like chains binding me to this place. Around us, the ruins stood sentinel, crumbling but defiant, each stone a testament to the belief that once gripped humanity. I remember the first time I learned about the Anunnaki, the way their ancient tales unfurled in my mind like dark petals, seductive and terrifying. I remember the thrill, the rush of wonder, tinged with fear, a craving for the forbidden. And now, standing there, I felt that fear coiling in my gut, an undeniable truth. What if these gods were real? What if they were not just whispers in the wind, but a palpable presence still tethered to our world? The night deepened, the shadows thickening around us, and a chill swept through the air, tugging at the edges of my consciousness. A shimmer danced at the periphery of my vision. Was it a trick of the light? Or was it something more? Ada moved closer to me, her breath warm against my ear. What if they've been waiting for someone to awaken them? The desperation in her voice sent a jolt through me. It dawned on me that we were standing on the brink of something vast and unknowable, the kind of truth that fractures souls and unravels the very fabric of reality. "Maybe we shouldn't be here," I whispered back, but even as the words left my lips, I felt the magnetic pull of the unknown, a siren's call that urged me forward, teasing and taunting like the laughter of the gods. I wanted to flee, but I was rooted to the spot, caught in a web of curiosity and fear. The stars above blinked knowingly, as if they held the keys to ancient mysteries, maps of forgotten realms etched into their cosmic bodies. "Do you remember the myths from other cultures?" Marcus's voice broke through my reverie, pulling me back into the uneasy present. The Norse with their giants, the Greeks with their titans. They all speak of beings that came before us, that shaped our realities. His eyes sparkled with a fervor that ignited a flicker of hope within me, a fragile light in the darkness. Perhaps these stories were not just remnants of a vanquished past, perhaps they were a warning, a call to remember. We're part of a continuum, caught in the threads of a tapestry woven by deities who once walked among us. But then the ground trembled, and I felt the earth breathe beneath my feet, a warning growl rumbling from the depths of the ruins. I stumbled, and Ada caught me, her grip fierce and unyielding. "We can't turn back now," she cried, her voice a desperate plea that cut through the cacophony of doubt swirling in my mind. "If they're real, if they're here, we have to face them." The intensity of her conviction pierced through the haze of fear, igniting something within me, a flicker of reckless bravery. And as I looked into her eyes, I saw not just the reflection of terror but a burning resolve, a wild spirit that refused to be shackled by the chains of ignorance. I remembered the stories of the Anunnaki, of their complexity, their duality, creators and destroyers, saviors and tormentors. They were reflections of our deepest fears and desires, mirroring our own struggles, our own battles waged in the shadows of our hearts. "Wait," Marcus said suddenly, his voice tense. "Listen." The air shifted, thick with an energy that crackled like static, and I could feel it, a tremor of something ancient, a presence gathering in the dark. It was as if the very fabric of time had thinned, the stories of our ancestors intertwining with our reality. In that moment, everything stilled. The wind ceased its howling, and the rustling leaves fell silent. I felt the world holding its breath, a cosmic pause that stretched into infinity. And then, I remembered. I remembered all the myths, the countless tales of gods and giants, their battles raging across the skies. I remembered the fear and reverence they instilled, the way their shadows stretched across civilizations, shaping destinies and creating despair and hope in equal measure. Ada's fingers tightened around my wrist, her pulse racing against my skin. What if they're here to reclaim what was taken? Her voice quaked with urgency, and I could feel her heartbeat echoing in my own chest, a symphony of fear and anticipation. What if they're coming back for us? I could only nod, my heart pounding in tandem with hers, a drumbeat that thrummed through the very air we breathed. The night deepened, the shadows swirling, and the ancient stone seemed to whisper secrets of power and loss, of gods rising and falling like the tides. A storm was brewing, and we stood at the precipice, the world teetering on the edge of an unfathomable truth. And as the darkness loomed closer, I felt a surge of emotion, a primal fear mingled with an exhilarating sense of purpose. We were not mere spectators in this story, we were the unwitting players, caught in the web of fate, the fabric of myths woven together, spiraling into something greater than ourselves. In that moment, I understood. This was only the beginning. The echoes of the Anunnaki and their kind reverberated through time, and we were about to awaken something that had long lain dormant, a force that would bind us together, as we danced on the razor's edge of creation and destruction. The tales would not be silenced, they would live again, and in our hearts, we could feel the pulse of their return, the promise of a reckoning that would forever alter our existence. And with that realization, we stepped forward into the darkness, hearts pounding in rhythm, ready to confront the gods that shaped our world, knowing deep inside that some stories never truly end. They only weave deeper into the fabric of time, echoing through eternity, waiting for someone brave enough to listen. The air crackles with tension, the sunlight harsh and unforgiving, like the shrill cry of a mother mourning her lost child. I stand on the precipice of history, the ruins of Sumer sprawling beneath me, each crumbling brick a memory, a heartbeat, a whisper of dreams long extinguished. Dust dances in the air, swirling like the spirits of those who walk these streets, eyes wide with hope, only to be eclipsed by despair. I remember the first time I laid my eyes on the ziggurat of yore, its once majestic form now a skeletal reminder of what once was. My heart thumped heavy in my chest, each beat a reminder of the fragility of existence. This was a civilization that birthed culture, art, and laws, a beacon of humanity's dawn. Yet, as I stand here, shadows stretch long across the ruins, dark and sinister, hinting at a fate that is all but sealed. Kara is nearby, her fingers brushing the ancient stones, tracing stories etched into the surface. She's a scholar, her passion burning like the sun overhead, illuminating truths hidden in the gloom. But her eyes, those deep, haunted eyes, tell a different story. They betray her fear. Fear that the knowledge she seeks will reveal only the darkness of the past, a history steeped in blood and betrayal. I know the weight she carries, the burden of understanding that even gods can fall, that even the Anunnaki, lofty beings from the stars, may not have been the benevolent architects of our fate. "Do you feel it?" she whispers, her voice barely a breath, lost amid the echoes of the past. "The dread?" It wraps around us like a shroud. I nod, the rising tension palpable, thick and suffocating. I remember the stories, the warnings of a civilization brought low by its own ambitions, its gods turning away, leaving nothing but a hollow shell behind. In the distance, a figure looms, Ezekiel, a historian with a penchant for the morbid. His laughter is unsettling, a sharp knife cutting through the fog of melancholy. They bathed once a year, you know, he chuckles, a macabre grin spreading across his face. So, romance was earthy. Can you imagine? The Anunnaki watching from above, snickering as mortals wallowed in their own filth. His humor is a defense mechanism, a brittle facade against the encroaching shadows of despair. But beneath the absurdity lies a deeper truth, a stark realization that laughter cannot shield us from the inevitable. I remember the tales of their fall, the droughts, the wars, the plagues that swept through the land like a vengeful spirit. The very soil they tilled turned to dust beneath their hands, and their dreams became nightmares. The Anunnaki, those celestial beings, had come to Earth, promising prosperity and enlightenment, but as the years passed, the sacrifices demanded grew heavier, the offerings more grotesque. What was once divine guidance morphed into a cruel game, a cosmic chuckle at the expense of humanity's suffering. Kara's eyes widen as Ezekiel recounts the tales, the weight of history blanketing us all. What if it was never about us, she murmurs, the question hanging in the air like a noose. What if we were merely pawns in a game played by gods? I see her heart breaking before my very eyes, the disillusionment cracking the surface of her resolve. She had come here seeking answers, but all she had found were ghosts and echoes, the weight of Sumer's decline pressing down on her like a tombstone. Don't you see? I say, urgency lacing my words. History is a cruel mistress. We're destined to repeat these mistakes, to fall prey to the allure of power, the intoxicating promise of wealth. The words tumble from my lips, each syllable thick with the burden of truth. I remember the feeling of smallness, of being a mere whisper against the roar of time. But Ezekiel, ever the jester, raises an eyebrow, his grin widening. Ah, but isn't that the beauty of it all? We're all just a bunch of earthbound fools, dancing to the whims of cosmic puppeteers. His laughter rings hollow, echoing through the ruins, sending a shiver down my spine. It feels wrong, inappropriate, as if the stones themselves are groaning in protest. In that moment, time stretches, warps, and I'm back on the edge of that precipice, witnessing the collapse of a civilization, the spark of humanity extinguished beneath the weight of greed and ambition. I can almost hear the cries of the people, the anguished wails rising up to the heavens, begging for salvation from the very beings they once revered. But salvation never comes. Only silence, a chilling, oppressive silence that blankets the ruins, echoing the despair of those who once called this land home. I feel it creeping into my bones, wrapping around my heart like a vice, squeezing until I can hardly breathe. Darkness descends, and I'm left standing amidst the wreckage, haunted by the knowledge that history is a relentless cycle, a wheel spinning ever onward. And then, the shadows shift, coalesce, and I realize we are not alone. The Anunnaki, those ancient architects of fate, linger, watchers in the night, their presence a lingering chill upon the air. I remember the legends, the stories of their return, the warnings etched into the very fabric of our being. Are we to be tools once more? Are we to suffer the same fate as those who came before us? Kara's breath catches, her eyes darting toward the shadows that writhe in the corners of her vision. Do you think they're watching? She whispers, a tremor in her voice. It's a question that lingers, unanswered, hanging like a blade poised to drop. I turn to Ezekiel, but his laughter has died, replaced by a stone-cold stare. Perhaps they're not just watching, he murmurs, his voice barely above a whisper. Perhaps they're waiting. And with that, the weight of history slams down upon us, a fierce tidal wave of emotion and dread, threatening to sweep us away into the abyss. In this moment, the essence of Sumer, the dreams, the hopes, the despair swirls around us. It clings to our skin, invades our lungs, and we are left gasping for meaning in a world that has forgotten its own heartbeat. The echoes of the past entwine with the present, and as we stand amidst the ruins, we become part of the cycle, lost souls wandering the halls of history, forever entwined in the shadows of the Anunnaki. And as the sun sets, casting long shadows over the desolate land, I know that this is only the beginning. The whispers of Sumer rise, beckoning us forward, deeper into the unknown, where the past and the future collide in a breathtaking dance of darkness and light. The end is merely the doorway to something far more profound. The moon hung low, a silver dagger in the night's throat, casting an otherworldly glow over the cracked earth of Babylon. Shadows danced on ancient stones, whispering secrets that reeked of long-forgotten sacrifices and blood-soaked rituals. I stood amidst the ruins, heart pounding, pulse racing, as the weight of history pressed down like a heavy shroud. I should have turned back, should have fled the stifling air thick with ghosts, but something pulled me deeper into the abyss. An unquenchable thirst for truth, perhaps, or maybe it was simply my own reckless desire for the forbidden. I remembered Asher, a young acolyte with dreams bigger than the ziggurat that pierced the night sky. His wide, earnest eyes glimmered with hope, even as he knelt before the idol of Enlil, trembling in reverence. "They're coming, you know," he whispered, voice quaking with both longing and dread. "The Anunnaki, they'll return." His words festered in my mind, a seed of confusion and dread sprouting roots deep within my soul. I remember the way he looked at me, as if I held the universe in my hands while he grappled with his own insignificance. Beside him was Lila, a healer whose laughter rang like a silver bell in the thick air of despair. Yet even her joy felt like a mask, cracking under the pressure of shadows that loomed closer with every passing moment. I saw her, knife glinting in the dim light as she prepared a potion meant to ward off the darkness. "Trust the earth," she said, her voice a melody that belied the chaos swirling around us. "Trust the ancient ones to protect us." But even as she spoke, I could see the fear stitched tightly in the corners of her eyes. The earth, it seemed, was no longer a protector, it was a harbinger of fate. The wind howled through the ruins, a frantic spirit searching for something lost. I remembered the tales, the Anunnaki, deities of old, emerging from the depths of time, their presence felt as a tremor in the very marrow of the city. They were a symphony of chaos and order, creators and destroyers, and in their wake, they left only madness and despair. I could almost hear their laughter, echoing like thunder across the night, mocking humanity's futile grasp for meaning. "Do you hear it?" Asher's voice broke through the howling wind, a plea wrapped in fear. "The drums. They're calling us." His gaze turned upward, searching the heavens for answers that would never come. I could feel his desperation clinging to me like a second skin, an ache that pulsed through the air. "What if they are not gods but harbingers?" I whispered, the words slipping from my tongue like poison. "What if they are, Asher?" Lila interrupted, pressing her fingers to my lips. "Don't say it. Don't give it power." But the truth had already seeped into the cracks of our hearts. As the moon rose higher, bathing us in silver light, I felt something shift. The air thickened, a palpable tension wrapping around us like a noose. I remembered the stories of men who had crossed paths with these celestial beings, how they returned changed, hollow-eyed, burdened by knowledge too great for mortal minds. What had Asher seen? What horrors lay in wait beyond the veil of the night? Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the ground, a tremor that shook the very foundation of our fragile reality. The shadows twisted, morphing into shapes that danced just beyond the edge of reason. "They're here," Asher breathed, a tremor in his voice that sent chills racing down my spine. His hand gripped mine, fingers cold and clammy, and in that moment, I felt the weight of our shared fears crash down upon us. And then, silence. It was deafening, a scream swallowed whole. In the stillness, I could hear my heart thrumming, a frantic drum echoing the chaos around us. Time slowed, each second stretching into eternity as the shadows coalesced into a form, tall, imposing, with eyes that glimmered like dying stars. The Anunnaki. The air crackled with their ancient power, a tension that threatened to unravel everything we thought we knew. "Who dares summon us?" a voice boomed, resonating like thunder across the barren landscape. It was a question that cut deep, piercing through the fabric of our reality. I felt Asher's grip tighten, a lifeline amidst the tempest of uncertainty. "We seek guidance," he stammered, voice trembling yet fierce. "We seek, foolish mortals," the voice thundered, laughter curling around us like smoke. "You think you can bargain with the cosmos? You think your prayers hold any weight?" Lila's voice rose, a fragile flame against the encroaching darkness. We serve you. We honor, but her words were cut short as the shadows surged forward, enveloping her in an icy embrace. I watched in horror, helpless, as she faded into the night, her laughter silenced, swallowed by the void. Lila? I screamed, but my voice was lost in the chaos, drowned beneath the weight of despair. The world around me twisted, warped beyond recognition, a nightmare unfurling before my eyes. Your fates are not yours to decide, the Anunnaki intoned, their presence overwhelming, suffocating. You are but whispers in the dark. With every heartbeat, the shadows tightened their grip, drawing me closer to oblivion. I felt the weight of my own insignificance, drowning in an ocean of despair. I remembered Asher's dreams, Lila's laughter, moments snuffed out like candles in a storm. But I would not go quietly. I screamed into the void, a defiance fueled by the raw, burning ember of hope. We are more than whispers. We are the echoes of our ancestors. The word spilled from my mouth, a lifeline thrown into the abyss. We are the stories that will not die. And then, the silence returned, heavy and oppressive, as if the cosmos itself held its breath. The shadows flickered, hesitated, and in that moment, I realized, maybe, just maybe, there was power in our defiance. Perhaps the Anunnaki were not the end of our story, but rather the beginning of a new chapter, a struggle woven into the very fabric of our existence. The darkness loomed, but the light of our souls flickered defiantly against the tide. And as I stood there, heart pounding, breath steady, I understood, the true battle lay not in the face of the divine but within the depths of our own hearts. The confrontation had only just begun. The earth trembled, a pulse beneath my feet, as if the very ground remembered. Dust swirled in the air, stinging my eyes, and for a moment, I was blinded by history, the weight of millennia pressing down on my chest. I could hear their whispers, the ghosts of Sumer, calling to me from the ruins, their voices woven into the fabric of time. My heart raced, and I felt a chill, a knowing that something monumental was about to unfold. Beside me, Elena, her brow furrowed with the kind of tension that gave life to her artistic veins, knelt beside an ancient cuneiform tablet. She brushed away centuries of dirt with trembling fingers as if brushing away her own fears. This could be it, Theo, she breathed, each syllable heavy with the weight of possibility. This could rewrite everything we know. Yet, there was a tremor in her voice, doubt, uncertainty, fear of what the truth might unveil. Elena was a whirlwind of passion, but that same passion often led her to the edge of madness. I knew, with a sinking heart, that she was on the verge of crossing that line. Behind us, a shadow loomed, a presence that sent shivers racing down my spine. It was Marcus, the hard-nosed archaeologist with a reputation for leaving destruction in his wake. He had dreams that turned to nightmares and ambitions that devoured everything in their path. We can't waste time, he barked, urgency lacing his words. If this is what I think it is, we have to submit a proposal. We're running out of time. Yet, I saw through his bravado, the flicker of fear behind his steel-grey eyes, the fear of being overshadowed, of losing everything he had fought so hard to carve out in this world. The wind howled, carrying with it the echoes of ancient chants, prayers to gods long forgotten. I could taste the salt of sweat on my lip, a bitter reminder of the stakes. I remembered my father, how he used to say, history is not kind to those who ignore its lessons. Each step we took felt heavier, binding us to the earth and to the spirits who lingered in this forgotten land. My mind raced, a cacophony of thoughts and fears. What if we unearthed something that shattered our understanding of humanity? What if we awakened something we couldn't control? The tablet lay cracked, fragmented, and yet it pulsed with a fierce energy, a heartbeat of its own. Elena's eyes sparkled, and I saw a flicker of hope, this obsession, this search for meaning. We have to decode it, she whispered, her hands trembling as she traced the lines. It could lead us to the lost histories, the stories buried under centuries of neglect. This is our moment. But as she spoke, the shadows deepened, and I felt an unsettling chill creep along my spine. I wished she would see the danger, the way the past clawed at the present, desperate to reclaim its lost dominion. Marcus stepped closer, his eyes narrowing as he squinted at the symbols. Look, it's a story of a king, he said, his voice a low growl, each word vibrating with ambition. a ruler who challenged the gods, who brought forth a civilization that flourished and fell. They say he sought immortality. The air thickened, stifling my breath, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were tampering with forces far beyond our comprehension. I wanted to scream, to tell them to stop, to turn back. But the pull was too strong, the allure of discovery a siren song that echoed through our very souls. Suddenly, a crack, a sound like thunder, echoed across the dig site. My heart lurched as the ground beneath us shook, dirt and stones tumbling as if the earth itself was angry at our intrusion. The tablet slipped from Elena's fingers, crashing against the stone with a shattering force. "No," she cried, lunging for it, and as she did, the air shifted, a whisper of a breath that sent a chill racing through my veins. In that moment, everything froze. Time held its breath as I watched her face twist in desperation, her love for history eclipsed by raw fear. The shadows danced wildly around us, memories of the past weaving into the present like a tapestry unraveled. I remembered my own obsessions, the nights spent poring over dusty books, searching for the lost threads of human existence. But was it worth it? The risk, the pain, the possibility of unearthing monsters? Marcus stood rigid, eyes ablaze with ambition, but beneath that veneer of control, I saw a crack, his own fears, his own ghosts. "We have to leave," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "We can't disturb what lies beneath." But the thrill of discovery held him captive, and I knew that whatever lay hidden beneath the surface of this land would either save us or doom us. Elena reached for the tablet, but the shards glimmered ominously, and I could almost hear the cries of those who had come before us, echoing through the darkness. What if we awakened something? I whispered, my thoughts racing. What if this king's quest for immortality becomes ours? The tension stretched, a taut wire ready to snap. I felt the weight of their expectations, the hunger for discovery that eclipsed reason. She looked at me, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. "I can't stop now, Theo. That's not who I am." And as night fell, bathing the ruins in an eerie glow, I was left with a choice: pull them back from the precipice or let destiny unravel. The shadows deepened, and the cuneiform tablets loomed larger than life, holding secrets that thrummed beneath the surface like a heartbeat waiting to be freed. I was caught in a web of longing and fear, history clawing at the edges of my mind, and I could feel the clock ticking, counting down to an inevitable confrontation with the past. In the end, we stood there, three souls intertwined, poised at the edge of discovery and destruction, caught in the ghostly echoes of an ancient civilization that refused to be forgotten. The cosmos whispered secrets, and the night deepened, promising revelations that could tear our world apart, or heal it forever. And all the while, I knew we were just at the beginning of a journey, a spiral into the depths of history where light and darkness danced in an eternal embrace. The clock struck midnight, and with it came the haunting echoes of a siren wailing somewhere far off, like a grieving ghost searching for solace. In that moment, Daniel stood at the edge of the abandoned lot, the shadows swallowing him whole. The city loomed behind him, a patchwork of flickering lights and crumbling dreams. He could hear his heart racing, thumping in his chest like a desperate prisoner trying to escape. The weight of everything, every regret, every broken promise, pressed down on him like a leaden shroud. He could see her, the light of his life, Sophia, just a few paces ahead, bathed in the sickly glow of a failing street lamp. She was trying to fix the jagged edges of their reality, her hands trembling, the remnants of an old love letter crumpled in her fist. "Daniel, we can't keep living like this," she whispered, her voice trembling, a raw edge of desperation cutting through the night. "You have to confront what you've done." And there it was, a moment, a knife buried deep in the gut of their relationship. He could feel the truth gnawing at him, an insatiable beast. "I remember," he started, but the words wouldn't come. Memories flashed, their laughter, the warmth of a stolen kiss, the echo of promises made under a blanket of stars. But those stars had dimmed, leaving nothing but an oppressive darkness. "I remember when we thought love was enough," he replied, his voice breaking. Sophia's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a storm brewing behind the surface of her calm. "Love isn't enough when it's built on lies," she said, and the words sliced through him, sharper than any knife. They both knew the truth: he was drowning in the aftermath of choices made in a haze of ambition and fear. The shadows twisted around them, carrying the weight of their unspoken words, the very air thick with resentment and heartbreak. The siren wailed again, closer now, a piercing reminder of the chaos lurking just outside their fragile bubble. Daniel felt the ground beneath him tremble, as if the world was ready to implode, to swallow them. "We can't run forever," he said, taking a step forward, but the distance between them felt like an abyss. I don't know how to face it." Sophia turned her back to him, her silhouette framed against the dying light. "You'll have to," she murmured, barely audible, and just like that, he felt her slip away, like grains of sand through his fingers. The last remnants of their love scattered into the night, leaving raw, aching emptiness. Across the street, a flickering neon sign buzzed incessantly, illuminating the darkness with a sickly glow. The world kept moving, but their lives hung suspended like the dust motes dancing in the air. They were trapped in a limbo of their own making, where every choice reverberated with the weight of the universe. Daniel clenched his fists, feeling the pulse of his own desperation. "What do I do?" he shouted into the void, the question ricocheting back at him, unanswered. And then it happened, a moment of clarity, sharp and bright against the backdrop of despair. The memories flashed again, but now they swirled with a different kind of energy, a sense of purpose. He needed to confront the ghosts that chased him, those echoes of ambition that had turned toxic. He had built a life around a facade, and in doing so, had lost everything that mattered. The realization hit him like a tidal wave, crashing down until he was gasping for breath, drowning in regret. "I'm going to face it," he whispered, the words barely leaving his lips, yet they hung in the air, heavy with possibility. He could see Sophia's silhouette waver, the tension between them thickening, her resolve battling against her desires. But then, a shadow shifted in the corner of his eye, an unexpected figure stepped into the chaotic glow of the streetlight. It was Marcus, the embodiment of Daniel's past mistakes, a friend who had become a mirror reflecting the darkest corners of his soul. "Running from your demons." Marcus taunted, his smirk a jagged line cutting through the tension. The air crackled, thick with the promise of confrontation. Daniel felt the pulse of anger surge through him, a flame igniting in the pit of his stomach. "This isn't your fight," he spat, but the words tasted bitter, laced with the truth that Marcus had always been a part of the problem. The man's laughter echoed like shards of glass, ringing in his ears, a haunting reminder of the choices he'd made. "Everything is a fight, my friend. You just won't admit it." The moment hung heavy between them, the world swirling in shades of grey and black. Sophia took a step back, the tension coiling around her like a serpent, as the play of emotions danced in her eyes, fear, anger, love, loss. Daniel felt the weight of her gaze, like a lifeline tethering him to reality even as chaos threatened to engulf him. "Daniel," her voice broke through, full of emotion that bled into the silence, and he turned toward her, feeling the fragile thread of connection tugging at his heart. "You have to make a choice between who you were and who you want to be." The words held the power of the universe, crashing like waves against the shore of his consciousness. In that moment, time bent around him, the past colliding with the present, and he felt the pull of every decision he had ever made. It was all laid bare, the dreams, the betrayals, the moments of laughter twisted with tears. He understood, finally, that choices weren't just choices, they were the essence of who he was becoming. "Will you stand with me?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper, yet it rang with the intensity of 1,000 unspoken hopes. Sophia met his gaze, and for the first time, he saw the flicker of belief behind her eyes. Just as the sirens howled once more in the distance, the world around them faded, leaving only the weight of silence and the promise of what lay ahead. But Marcus laughed again, a dark and throaty sound that sent chills down Daniel's spine. "You really think you can just walk away?" he sneered. The shadows around them began to close in, threatening to engulf all they had fought for. In that moment, Daniel realized the truth: they were all part of the same twisted narrative, a story much larger than any one of them. And just like that, the confrontation began, a spiral of trembling emotions and raw, unfiltered humanity as they hurtled toward an inevitable climax. With every heartbeat echoing in the stillness, the boundaries between love and hate blurred, and the fate of their intertwined souls hung precariously in the balance. Time slipped away like sand on the wind, and in the midst of chaos, choices loomed larger than life, waiting to be made. The air was thick with a tension that hung like a shroud, heavy and suffocating. In that moment, the world outside faded into a distant hum, filtered through the lens of crisis. Shadows danced in the flickering light of a dying street lamp, casting elongated forms that seemed to whisper secrets of the night. I stood at the edge of the old park, my heart racing, feeling the pulse of something ancient, something otherworldly, thrumming beneath my feet. It was then that I saw her, Maya, her face illuminated by the ghostly glow of her phone, eyes wide, scanning the sky as if it might open up and unleash the truth. "I don't know what's happening, Finn," she breathed, a tremor lacing her voice. "It's like they're coming for us." Finn, ever the skeptic, rolled his eyes, but the dry humor couldn't mask the fear coiling in his stomach. He had always prided himself on being rooted in reality, a rock against the flood of conspiracy and speculation. But tonight, under the ominous gaze of the stars, even he felt the gravity of her words. The Anunnaki, the ancient gods of Sumerian lore, had become an obsession for both of them, a thread connecting their fragmented lives, yet now the idea felt like a specter hovering just above their heads. "Just a bunch of old stories, Maya," he said, trying to sound nonchalant. "They're just myths." But even as he spoke, he could feel the weight of her gaze, the knowing that ignited the dark corners of his mind. What if it was different? What if those myths were more than just tales woven into the fabric of human history? What if they were warnings? The wind picked up, howling through the park like a banshee, sending a shudder down Finn's spine. He wanted to laugh, to shake off the unease, but the hairs on his arms stood prickly, alive with a sense of foreboding. Maya was a dreamer, a seeker of truth hidden in the cracks of the mundane. She carried her heart forever open, vulnerable, and that night, it beat wildly as if responding to a cosmic call. "I remember," she whispered, pulling Finn closer, "the documentaries we watched, the theories we laughed about over coffee. But what if it's real? What if they've been watching us all this time?" Images flashed through his mind, wild speculation on ancient astronauts, the pyramids, those bizarre carvings in Nazca. His pulse quickened. The thought of alien beings, ancient and powerful, lurking in the shadows of humanity, sent a chill racing through him. He could almost feel their gaze, cold and calculating, like the eye of an ancient god watching, waiting. "Stop it, Maya," Finn said sharply, but his voice cracked. The tension was palpable, an electric charge in the air. His mind spun, grasping at threads of logic, pulling at the seams of sanity. "You're letting your imagination run wild." But she was right there, her breath mingling with the mist of the night, her conviction a tangible force. What if they're not just myths? What if they need us? What if they've come to collect? In that moment, the silence was haunting, the unsaid words echoing louder than any spoken truth. The world around them seemed to hold its breath, caught in the web of speculation they spun. Finn's heart raced as shadows flickered, the park transforming into an alien landscape, a battlefield of the mind, a collision of fear and wonder. Maya stepped back, her gaze darting upward, toward the constellations that dotted the velvet sky like distant whispers. "Look," she said, voice trembling with a mix of awe and dread. "It's them, isn't it?" He followed her gaze, a knot tightening in his chest. A streak of light shot across the sky, piercing the darkness like a divine arrow. It wasn't just a shooting star, it was something more, something that defied explanation. Finn's breath caught, a visceral reaction, raw and primal. The cosmic dance of the universe had taken a turn, and they were caught in its gravitational pull. "I remember," he murmured, feeling the past swirl around him, the conversations, the theories, the nights spent wrapped in excitement and fear. "I remember how we laughed about it all, how we thought it was just a game. But this was no game. This was reality slamming against their fragile perceptions, and as they stood together in that eerie park, Finn grasped Maya's hand, a lifeline in the storm. The fear surged, coursing through him, spinning him into a whirlpool of uncertainty. What if it wasn't just stories? What if the Anunnaki were real? What if they had been observing their every move, waiting for the moment to reclaim their ancient dominion? "Finn, we have to get out of here," Maya urged, her voice fierce and determined. Yet, a part of her was still entranced, tethered to the cosmic energy unraveling before them. I feel it in my bones, something is coming. But he hesitated. The allure of the unknown beckoned like a siren's call, and he felt himself teetering on the edge of belief. Fear and curiosity warred within him, each pulse threatening to consume him whole. What if we're meant to witness this, he whispered, more to himself than to her. The shadows twisted ominously, the air charged with a sense of impending revelation, as if the universe itself was winding up for a confrontation. Whatever was coming, it was big, terrifying, and exhilarating all at once. They were standing on the precipice of a truth that could shatter their world. And as the stars wheeled above, the night closed in around them, a deep silence settling like a heavy fog. They were two souls adrift in a sea of uncertainty, facing the abyss of human curiosity. Time felt warped, stretched thin like an old rubber band about to snap. In that charged moment, the truth hung suspended in the air between them, both a promise and a threat. And they realized, this was just the beginning. The Anunnaki were not just ancient gods, they were a reflection of humanity's deepest fears, the echoes of civilization yearning for connection across the ages. Finn and Maya stood together, hearts pounding, each breath a prayer as they stared into the abyss, waiting for the next cosmic revelation to unfold. The night was alive with possibilities, and they were ready to confront whatever came next. The air crackled with an electric tension, thick enough to taste. Lila stood on the edge of the crumbling city, her heart hammering against her ribcage like a desperate prisoner. The night sky unfurled above her, a tattered canvas of stars. Each glimmer seemed to echo a secret, whispering of ancient gods and forgotten legacies. As she gazed into the void, she remembered the stories her grandmother wove during stormy nights, the Anunnaki, celestial visitors cloaked in shadow, pulling the strings of destiny. Lila? The voice cut through the silence, sharp as glass. It was Jonah, his face twisted in fear. They're coming. Her skin prickled. The tattoo on her wrist, a serpent entwined with a cosmic spiral, burned like a brand. The Anunnaki had come to symbolize everything she both feared and yearned for, and now, in this moment, they felt all too real. They had invaded her dreams, haunted her waking thoughts, transforming her life into a labyrinth of uncertainty. They're just myths, she whispered, trying to convince herself as much as him, but the tremor in her voice betrayed her. They're just stories. Jonah's eyes, dark and wide, reflected the moonlight, and for a fleeting moment, she saw fear twist into a kind of madness. And what if they're not? What if they're real? What if they've returned to claim what's theirs? A chill ran down Lila's spine, and the world around her faded into a blur. She could feel the weight of her own skepticism, an armor that had cracked and splintered like dry earth beneath a relentless sun. History was not just an echo, it was a living, breathing entity that clawed at her from the shadows. I remember, she murmured, her voice barely above a breath, the night you told me about the prophesies, the signs in the stars. I remember the way your hand shook with excitement, how your eyes glowed with the fire of 1,000 unspoken fears. Another tremor rippled through him, palpable and potent. But what if they're watching us? What if the world we know is just a facade, a bait for their return? Lila felt the weight of his words wrap around her throat like a noose. The Anunnaki, their cultural legacy seeped into the very fabric of contemporary beliefs, twisting through the veins of society like poison. Conspiracy theories flourished in the dark corners of the internet, blending ancient lore with modern paranoia. She had seen the YouTube videos, the fervor in the eyes of those who believed, the wild energy of gatherings held under the moonlight, where they whispered oaths to beings they had never met, but somehow felt so deeply connected to. Lila? Jonah's voice sliced through her thoughts. They're gathering. We have to go. Panic surged within her, but it was swiftly eclipsed by a wave of urgency. This wasn't just about her anymore. It was about the choices they had made, the path they had chosen. What if we go, and we're led into a trap? Or what if we stay and fall prey to their wrath? His breath was ragged, each word a battle against the rising tide of despair. She pressed her palms against her temples, fighting the rising tide of doubt. The stories echoed in the corners of her mind, the ones that hinted at great cataclysms, prophesied spoken in hushed tones, reverberating through time. The Anunnaki, revered and reviled, were drawn into the vortex of human belief, a duality that twisted her heart, a deep-rooted conflict that begged to be addressed. "I remember," she whispered again, the fear in Grandma's voice when she spoke of the return. How she trembled at the thought of their power. It was as if she sensed their breath on the back of her neck, felt their shadows creeping closer. Jonah stepped closer, their faces inches apart, the tension thickening, a shared heartbeat in the chaos. What if we're just pawns in a game beyond our understanding? What if our fears are justified? What if the Anunnaki return, not as gods, but as conquerors? She felt the world collapsing around her, the weight of generations pressing down hard. Their ancestral dreams, their nightmares, all intertwined in this moment. Suddenly, she yearned to escape, to flee into the night, to run until the shadows could no longer follow, but the roots of her lineage held her firmly in place. "Jonah," she said, the tremor in her voice barely disguised, "I can't just stand by. I need to know. I need to understand." He gripped her shoulders, desperation sparking in his gaze. "And what if the understanding comes at a price? What if you unearth something that should remain buried?" Her heart raced, a wild drumbeat echoing through the silence. "Then I'll face it. I'd rather confront the horrors of truth than live in the chains of ignorance." The night yawned around them, an abyss of uncertainty, but it was a choice she felt deep in her bones, an echo of something ancient, calling her forward. She thought of the rituals, the symbols, the whispers of connection that stretched through time, binding her ancestors to those who had come before them. They were not just stories, they were legacies that could not be ignored. As the first shadows moved in the distance, Lila felt a surge of resolve. The Anunnaki, the threads of their existence woven into the tapestry of humanity, she would not shy away. She turned to Jonah, the fear in his eyes meeting her defiance. "Together." He hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing his features before being eclipsed by a fierce spark of determination. "Together." They stepped into the unknown, the night swallowing their silhouettes, the horizon stretching infinitely before them, an echo of all that had come before and all that was yet to unfold. The Anunnaki's legacy loomed in the air, a specter of promise and peril, as they tasted the bittersweet tang of destiny on their lips, a thirst for understanding that would not be quenched until the last truth was unearthed. And in that moment, as they ventured forth, the heartbeat of the universe pulsed in time with their own, a reminder that they were part of something larger, something eternal. The ancient stones loomed like silent sentinels, whispering secrets to the night. I stood there, heart racing, surrounded by a darkness so deep it felt alive, a living breath, a haunting murmur of eternity. The moon hung low, casting its ghostly glow over the ruined temple, black shadows stretching like fingers, clawing at the crumbled walls. It was here, in this graveyard of forgotten gods, that I felt the weight of history pressing down, each pulse echoing with the heartbeat of the universe. I remember the first time I felt it, a tremor beneath my feet, the ground vibrating with an energy I couldn't name. It was electric, primal, and it sent a shockwave through me, igniting a simmering obsession that had long lain dormant. The Anunnaki, the ancient space gods of Sumerian lore, breathed in the corners of my mind, their presence ethereal yet suffocating, like a lover's breath on the nape of your neck just before dawn. "Do you really think they were here?" Sarah's voice cut through the silence, raw with both excitement and fear. She stood beside me, a skeptic-turned-believer, her wide eyes reflecting the moonlight. The thrill of the unknown flickered in her gaze, but behind it was uncertainty, a worry that, perhaps, we were chasing phantoms in the dark. She wrapped her arms around herself, the chill of the air biting through her jacket. "What if we're wrong?" "Wrong? Or what if we're right? What if they left something behind?" My words tumbled out, fervent and reckless, as if each syllable could summon a truth long buried. I felt the urgency, the gravity of our quest, the search for ancient evidence, a connection to beings that might have shaped humanity itself. It was intoxicating. But Sarah was not the only one battling her demons. I was haunted by my own fears, my own disbelief. Time passed differently here, in the echo of the past. I could almost hear the laughter of ancient priests as they painted stories on the walls, tales of star travelers descending from the heavens. And yet, fear clawed at my mind, whispering that these were just myths. I had spent years poring over texts, trying to decipher the language of the ancients. I remember the thrill of uncovering a new fragment, a fresh clue that sent adrenaline coursing through my veins, but I also remember the crushing weight of disappointment, the elusive nature of truth. Liam crouched a few steps away, his fingers tracing a weathered inscription, a plea for knowledge, perhaps, or a warning. He was the skeptic amongst us, the voice of reason, yet even he couldn't shake the feeling that we were on the brink of something monumental. "It all seems so fantastical," he murmured, but the way he lingered over the stones betrayed his curiosity. I knew he wanted to believe, just as much as I did. Fantastical? Or inevitable? I challenged, my heart pounding with the fervor of a preacher. I could see his heart torn, caught between the familiar comfort of rationality and the wild chaos of possibility. What if they're watching us right now? What if they're waiting for us to discover them? Liam's breath hitched, and I felt a chill creep up my spine. Shadows danced around us, twisting and writhing, and for a moment, the night felt pregnant with anticipation. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves felt amplified, echoing through the silence like a drumbeat of fate. "Are you scared?" Sarah asked, her voice a whisper, barely audible over the sigh of the wind. I turned to her, the weight of her gaze weighing heavily, piercing through the veil of my bravado. "Yes," I admitted. The word hung in the air, raw and unfiltered. "But not of the Anunnaki. I'm scared of what we might find. What if they were real, and they left something behind, something dangerous?" The thought twisted in my gut, a cold knot of fear and longing. In that moment, I remembered my childhood dreams, the late-night shows that spun fantastical tales of aliens and ancient civilizations, the way I would lie awake, staring at the ceiling, imagining the stars were the eyes of beings who had come before us. I remembered the weight of those dreams, the hope that we were not alone, that there was something greater out there. But now? Now those dreams felt like a curse, a siren song leading us into the abyss. Liam straightened, pulling the ancient tablet from the ground as if it were a relic of the divine, and for a heartbeat, the world hung in a delicate balance. "Do you think they could have created us?" His voice was almost a plea, a desperate grasp at something unattainable. Before I could answer, the air shimmered, charged with an energy that made the hairs on my neck stand on end. An electrifying crackle, an unseen presence, and in that moment, the cosmos seemed to shift. I could feel it, a heartbeat resonating with the rhythm of the universe, echoing through the stones. "Did you feel that?" Sarah gasped, her breath hitching in her throat. I nodded, every fiber of my being ignited with a fervor that was both exhilarating and terrifying. The shadows thickened, swirling around us, deepening into something sentient and alive. The whispers grew louder, a chorus of voices, ancient and wise, beckoning us closer, urging us to listen. I felt as if I were teetering on the edge of revelation and madness, the abyss stretching before me like a gaping maw. "Maybe we shouldn't be here," Liam murmured, his voice trembling as he gripped the tablet tightly, as if it were a lifeline. But I was paralyzed, my heart racing with the thrill of discovery. "Or maybe this is where we're meant to be," I breathed, the weight of those words hanging in the air. "What if they're waiting for us to understand?" And as the night deepened, the stones crackled with energy, and I could feel it, the pulse of history, the weight of our shared existence, the burden of our questions. The search for evidence, for truth, for connection, it was all circling back, weaving a tapestry of dreams and fears that would never quite unravel. In that moment, the world around us faded into insignificance, and all that mattered was the haunting echo of the past, the promise of the future, and the blurred lines between the two. The Anunnaki were more than just legends, they were a part of us, entwined in the fabric of our very being. And as I stood there, heart racing, I knew that this was only the beginning. The night was heavy with an unsettling stillness, as if the universe had paused to hold its breath. Somewhere in the city, a clock chimed, its echo a harbinger of dread. I stood at the edge of a crumbling terrace, the night sky swirling above me, a canvas of stars that felt both infinite and oppressively close. A chill ran down my spine, and I remembered the stories, the Anunnaki, those enigmatic figures wrapped in layers of myth and lore, their presence looming like shadows cast by a flickering flame. Maya was there too, her eyes luminous and filled with an urgency that set my heart racing. She didn't need to say anything, the tension hung between us, charged and electric. "What if it's true?" she whispered, her voice barely breaking the silence. There was a desperation in her tone, a longing that resonated deep within me, awakening something primal, fear, curiosity, and an insatiable hunger for the truth. I had studied the Anunnaki, dissected their stories, yet in that moment, I felt like a child lost in the dark, gripping tightly to the familiar but terrified of what lurked just beyond the edges of my understanding. Eli stood a few paces behind us, arms crossed, skepticism etched into his features. His brow furrowed in disbelief. He was the voice of reason, yet doubt gnawed at him too. "This is madness," he said, but I could see the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. "There's no scientific evidence, just myths we've built our lives around." But wasn't that the point? Myths cradled our fears, gave shape to our uncertainties. And here we were, on the brink of something far more compelling than mere facts. The wind howled, carrying whispers of ancient tales, echoing the beliefs of civilizations long gone. I could feel the pulse of history thrumming through the ground beneath my feet, as if the very earth remembered, as if the Anunnaki still walked among us in the shadows of our cities. What if they were real? Maya pressed, her voice quaking with wild hope. What if they left us something? The tension shifted, coiling tighter with every heartbeat. I could almost hear the clock ticking, a reminder that time was slipping away, leaving us with questions that demanded answers. My mind raced, trying to weave together fragments of the past, the endless speculations that had kept me awake at night. The Anunnaki were said to be gods, extraterrestrial beings, or perhaps just the product of human imagination, a reflection of our deepest fears and desires. Yet here we were, three flawed souls seeking to confront the vast unknown, bound by the same hunger for understanding that had driven countless others to madness. "Look around you," Eli said, gesturing toward the city's glow, a labyrinth of lights flickering against the abyss. This is our reality. Not some alien ancestry." His words were like a lifebuoy tossed into turbulent waters, but the current of my thoughts pulled me under. I could feel the weight of our history pressing in, the ghosts of our ancestors whispering secrets of the cosmos and our place within it. The night deepened, and with it, my resolve. But what if we're missing something crucial? I said, my voice trembling with conviction. What if the Anunnaki were more than myths? What if they held the key to understanding who we are? A shiver ran through Maya. I could see her heart racing, feel the pulse of excitement coursing through her veins, and I couldn't help but wonder if this pursuit of truth was leading us toward enlightenment or oblivion. A shadow flickered nearby, drawing our attention. My breath caught as the darkness seemed to pulse, alive with a sinister energy. Was it the Anunnaki? The thought sent a shockwave of fear through me. I remembered tales of their return, oaths whispered in the night, promises made to the stars. "We need to go," Eli said, urgency clawing at his throat. But the impulse to run felt like an admission of defeat. I wanted to stand my ground, to confront whatever lay beneath the surface of our understanding. In that moment, I was thrust into an inner battle. Maya's voice rang in my ears, echoing the hopes and dreams I had silenced for far too long. "What if they're watching us, waiting for us to awaken?" she asked, her eyes shimmering with a fervent light. I remembered nights spent poring over dusty tomes, scribbled notes that had become my lifeblood. I remembered the thrill of connecting dots, the pulse of discovery that had once set my soul aflame. But now, the stakes felt impossibly high. Maya stepped closer, her warmth a comfort against the chill that enveloped us. "We can't ignore this," she whispered. "We have to confront the myth. The truth lies in the shadows." Her conviction ignited something inside me, a flicker of courage, a rush of adrenaline that drowned out the fear. I could feel Eli's resistance wavering, his skepticism eroding like ancient stone beneath the relentless tide of time. The city pulsed like a living entity, each heartbeat resonating with the echoes of our ancestors, the whispers of the Anunnaki threading through the fabric of our lives. What were we without our myths? What would remain if we stripped away the layers of history and belief? Raw emotion surged within me, an overwhelming need to break free from the confines of doubt, to reach into the abyss and grasp whatever truths lay hidden in the darkness. As the clock continued its relentless march, I felt the weight of eternity pressing down upon us. We were standing at the precipice of revelation, the air thick with unspoken words and unfulfilled desires. I remembered every moment that had led us here, the sleepless nights, the fervent debates, the shattering of certainty. And in that electric moment, I felt the ghosts of the Anunnaki hovering just beyond our grasp, waiting for us to take the leap into the unknown. And in the silence that followed, a single thought coiled tightly around my heart: this was only the beginning. The shadows stretched longer, and the story had barely begun. The night was a shadowy abyss, the stars blanketed by a dense fog of trepidation. I stood beside a crumbling ziggurat, the stones whispering stories older than the wind itself. A chill danced along my spine as I felt the weight of the past thrum in the air, thick with the tension of unsung myths. What would happen if the gods decided to wake from their slumber? Around me, the flickering flames of a distant fire illuminated two figures. One was Enkidu, a wild man forged from the earth, brimming with restless energy, his eyes wild like a tempest. He was raw and untamed, but beneath that ferocity lay a heart yearning for connection, haunted by shadows of loneliness that gripped his soul. The other was Gilgamesh, a king, carved from arrogance yet desperate in his search for meaning. He stood tall, muscles taut like a bowstring, yet his crown felt heavier than the city he ruled. He masked his vulnerabilities with bravado, an emperor cloaked in bravado, terrified of mortality, relentlessly chasing the fading echoes of a legacy that seemed to slip through his fingers like sand. Their voices rose, merging and crashing like waves against the shores of despair. "Life is fleeting," Gilgamesh roared, his words splintering the air. "I will carve my name into stone, and the world shall remember me." His passion was infectious, yet his desperation stung, like a raw wound that refused to heal. But Enkidu, with his earthy wisdom, countered, "You chase the past, my friend, as if it were a specter. What of the world around you? What of the lives you touch?" Every heartbeat thudded like a war drum, each breath pregnant with the weight of ancient lore. I remember the stories of their journey, of love and loss, of the quest for immortality that would lead them through realms thick with pain and revelation. Their myth echoed down the ages, weaving itself into the very fabric of cultures yet unborn, a tapestry of fear, love, and the relentless drive to defy time itself. Images of gods unfurling like petals beneath the moon's gaze filled my thoughts, morphed by the hands of storytellers who transformed whispers into narratives. The Sumerians spoke of Inanna, the goddess of love, fierce yet vulnerable, a reflection of the human heart. Did they understand, even then, that love could both uplift and shatter? The tales of her descent into the underworld echoed like a funeral dirge, reminding us all of the darkness that lies just beneath the surface, waiting, watching. Gilgamesh and Enkidu stood at a precipice of their own making, their lives intertwined like the roots of an ancient tree. There was something so raw in their friendship, like the wild edges of a storm. But it was never uncomplicated. Enkidu spoke softly. "What if the gods do not wish to be remembered? What if they find us wanting? Then we will fight." Gilgamesh shouted, fists clenched. "We will not become shadows, Enkidu. We will carve our tale into the heavens." His words ignited a fire in the darkness, yet I felt the chilling grip of inevitability in the back of my mind. The gods were not easily appeased. Yet here, in this moment, their clash of wills symbolized the very essence of humanity, the struggle against fate, the eternal search for significance in a universe indifferent to our plight. I could see the ghosts of civilizations past, their hopes and fears etched into the very soil beneath our feet, each whisper infused with the primordial essence of Sumerian myth. Time twisted in my thoughts, an ethereal clock ticking backward. I remembered my own obsessions, bizarre trivia about ancient rituals, the way Sumerians once honored their deities with an intensity that bordered on madness. They bathed only once a year, apparently believing it purged their sins. So yeah, romance was earthy, I chuckled to myself, even as the weight of their devotion suffocated me. But in this crumbling world, as Gilgamesh and Enkidu prepared for a confrontation with destiny itself, their flaws laid bare, raw and exposed, their fears were palpable, almost contagious. The gods, with their capricious nature, would demand a sacrifice. Would it be friendship? Would it be love? Would it be life itself? An unearthly wail rippled through the night, a whisper from the cosmos, a warning carried on the winds of fate. A moment of silence enveloped us, heavy with the unspoken. I could feel the pull of the past, the tendrils of Sumerian tales wrapping around my own heart, squeezing gently yet unyielding. Enkidu's eyes glinted with the reflection of the fire, a storm brewing beneath the surface. What if we failed? His voice trembled, a haunting echo in the vastness. What if we are not meant to leave a mark? The mark is not in stone, Gilgamesh replied, softer now, the storm within him dimmed. It is in the hearts we touch, in the lives we change. And in that moment, the air crackled with an intensity that felt almost sacred. The world held its breath, teetering on the edge of despair and hope, and I realized that their story transcended time itself, a lifeline thrown into the sea of existence, reaching for hands yet to be born. As the shadows loomed larger, the confrontation between them and the heavens felt inevitable, imminent. My heart raced, caught in the storm of their emotions. I saw the weight of their legacy pulling them into an abyss of myth, the echoes of Sumerian gods still alive, still hungry for tribute. I remember the pulse of the world, the threads of their lives weaving through history, pushing forward, an unstoppable force. Each moment hung suspended, vibrating with raw emotion, leaving me trembling in anticipation of what would come next, as time slipped like sand through my fingers. And then, the darkness swallowed the light, the moment of reckoning approaching, and I knew, somehow, the echoes of their plight would ripple through time, eternally haunting those who dared to listen. The sky roared, a tempest of dark clouds swirling like a cosmic blender. Lightning cracked across the heavens, illuminating the crumbling ruins of an ancient city that once thrived under the gaze of the Anunnaki. I stood clutching my heart, feeling the thunder pulse through my veins, each boom a reminder of the power that once was an echo of humanity's greatest aspirations and darkest fears. The wind howled, wrapping around me like the desperate arms of a forgotten lover, whispering secrets of dreams lost in the whirlwind of time. In the heart of this forgotten place, two figures emerged from the shadows, their faces etched with desperation and determination. Arya, with her fierce eyes that glimmered like shards of broken glass, was every bit the embodiment of human ambition. She had always pursued the unattainable, driven by a fire that consumed her from within. But tonight, that fire flickered, threatened by the storm and the weight of her choices. Behind her, Marcus, brooding, tempestuous, a man whose dreams had turned to ash in his mouth, stood like a storm cloud, heavy with regret. He yearned for redemption, but every step felt like walking through quicksand, dragging him deeper into despair. I remember, Arya said, her voice rising above the howling wind, when we thought the Anunnaki were gods, shimmering beings who gifted us civilization. Now look at us. Her laughter cracked like thunder, sharp and raw. We've become the architects of our own ruin. Marcus clenched his fists, the scars of past battles visible beneath his tattered sleeves. You think they cared? They used us, Arya. Just tools to build their dreams. We're nothing but shadows of their aspirations. Each word dripped with venom, the weight of his cynicism wrapping around us like the storm itself, suffocating and relentless. The world felt heavy, the air thick with unspoken truths. I could sense the tension crackling, like electricity on the cusp of release. Arya took a step closer, her gaze piercing through the darkness, and I saw a flicker of something, of fear, hope, but it vanished as quickly as it came. And yet, here we are, she said, voice steadier now, clinging to remnants of those dreams. If we're shadows, let's be shadows that refuse to fade into nothing. Easier said than done, Marcus muttered, bitterness lacing his words like poison. Hope is a cruel joke. I felt a shiver run down my spine, the echoes of their conflict resonating with the ghosts of countless souls who had once walked this earth, searching for purpose, for a sign, for anything to hold on to. The Anunnaki were long gone, but their legacy thrummed in our bones, a reminder of what could be achieved, or lost, in the endless quest for greatness. The wind shifted, a sudden stillness enveloping us, as if the very universe held its breath. What if we could reclaim their power? Arya's voice broke the silence, tentative yet charged with possibility. What if we could take what they left behind and mold it into something new? A new beginning. Marcus's expression darkened, like a storm cloud rolling in. And risk becoming just like them? I refuse to be a pawn in someone else's game. I refuse to be a part of this cosmic charade. His voice trembled, a mixture of fear and fierce defiance. The shadows around us deepened, swallowing the remnants of light as he spoke. I could see the weight of his despair manifesting in the storm, swirling like the darkness of his thoughts. But Arya stood firm, a beacon of relentless ambition. You think we're powerless? Look around, Marcus. We've evolved. We've learned and grown from their ashes. We are not merely their reflections, we are the architects of our own futures. She lifted her chin, defiance sparking in her eyes, and the storm seemed to respond, lightning illuminating the fury of her spirit, revealing a glimpse of the cosmos swirling above. In that moment, I felt the tension snap, a taut string vibrating with potential. Could we be more than the sum of our fears? Could we, like the Anunnaki, rise from the ruins of our past, reclaiming our destiny? Arya's fervor wrapped around me, igniting a fire I didn't know I had, the need to strive, to reach for the stars even when the darkness threatened to engulf me whole. But Marcus, haunted by shadows, stood rigid, a wall against the tide of hope. We are not gods, Arya. We are fragile, lost. All our dreams could unravel in an instant, leaving us with nothing. His voice trembled, echoing the fears that we all carried deep within. And there it was, the crux of our human experience. The delicate balance between aspiration and despair, the devastating beauty of hope clashing with the cruel reality of existence. I felt it wash over me, a wave of raw emotion crashing against my heart. Time felt suspended, the storm swirling around us as we stood on the precipice of our destinies, teetering between greatness and failure, between light and shadow. I remember, I whispered, as if the universe itself were listening, the stories our ancestors told, the tales of the Anunnaki, of creation and destruction. They remind us that we are not alone in our struggles. We are woven into this tapestry of existence, every thread a testament to our resilience. The air crackled with tension, the wind whistling through the ruins, carrying the weight of ancient secrets, swirling around us like ghosts, urging us to confront our fears and desires. It was in this fragile moment that I understood, the Anunnaki were not just symbols of aspiration, they were reflections of our deepest selves, our triumphs and our failures. Let's rise, Arya breathed, her voice breaking through the storm once again, a phoenix rising from ashes. Let's not just dream, let's forge our own path. But what path lay ahead? Would we become the architects of our own destiny, or would we fall into the abyss from which our forebears had struggled to escape? The storm raged on, a cacophony of uncertainty swirling around us, and I felt the pulse of history, the heartbeat of the cosmos, urging us onward, pulling us toward a confrontation with our deepest fears and our loftiest dreams. Time seemed to stretch, a taut string waiting to snap, and I could feel the weight of our choices pressing down, an invisible hand guiding us toward something monumental, something beyond comprehension. The Anunnaki watched, unseen yet ever present, as we stood on the brink of our own creation, ready to either rise or fall, to be heroes or shadows. The air hung thick, oppressive, like a storm about to break. I stood at the center of the ancient temple, its stones slick with the sweat of centuries, the air vibrating with the tension of countless lives entwined in desperate worship. Shadows danced against the walls, flickering in time with the torchlight, whispering secrets so ancient they felt like echoes of the universe itself, pushing against my mind. I could hear the thrum of drums, a heartbeat that resonated through my bones. It was a call, a summons to a world where the boundaries between the divine and the mortal blurred, a world where the Anunnaki ruled and the faithful trembled. Kolio was beside me, her hands trembling as she clutched a small, tattered amulet, a remnant of her lost family, given to her by her mother on a night when the stars hung low and glimmered with unfulfilled promise. I remembered the way her eyes, so dark and wide, brimmed with a mix of fear and hope. If I can just make it through this night, she whispered, perhaps I can bring them back. I could see the shadows of lost souls flicker in her gaze, reflected in the gleam of the amulet. It was a hope that both broke my heart and filled it with fierce longing. Then there was Tarek, his fists balled tightly at his sides, his jaw set like granite. He had seen too much, a brother sacrificed at the altar of the Anunnaki, blood spilled like an offering to gods indifferent to the cries of men. His grief morphed into rage, a consuming fire that burned brighter than the pyres at the temple's edge, where the sacrifices were made under the cold gaze of celestial beings. "They don't care about us," he spat, voice low but vibrating with intensity. "We're nothing but pawns in their game." A part of me wanted to reach out, to pull him back from the edge, but the darkness in his words felt too familiar. It echoed my own fears, the haunting realization that we were all caught in a web of ancient rituals and forgotten promises, weaving around us like the smoke from the fires. Tonight was the night of reckoning. The air crackled with anticipation, charged with the electricity of sacrifice. The acolytes moved like phantoms, their robes trailing behind them like whispers of the past. I could see the glint of metal, daggers, ceremonial blades, each one a harbinger of what was to come. Blood would flow, and with it, the hopes of the living would rise to the heavens. I could taste the salt of tears mingling with the iron tang of impending loss. A sudden hush fell over the crowd, a tightrope of silence stretched to the breaking point. The high priest emerged, cloaked in shadows and adorned in the skins of creatures that once roamed freely. His voice rang out, guttural and commanding, a sound that seemed to resonate from the very stones beneath our feet. "Tonight, we call upon the Anunnaki. We offer our sacrifices, our souls, to the ones who came before us. May they hear our cries." Collier's eyes widened, the flicker of hope extinguished by the weight of dread. She tightened her grip on the amulet, knuckles white against the dim light. "What if they don't respond?" she breathed, the tremor in her voice cutting through the tension like a knife. The crowd shifted, a collective breath held, hearts pounding as if they were all connected by an invisible thread, a thread that could snap at any moment. Tarek stepped forward, anger radiating off him like heat from a furnace. "They never do. We bleed, we sacrifice, and for what? For the faint promise of a whisper? I will not stand for this." His voice cracked, raw with emotion, and in that moment, I saw the boy he once was, before the weight of the world crushed him into a man. He was fighting against fate, against the tradition that had consumed so many before him. And yet, as the first dagger found its mark, a young lamb, innocent and pure, the crowd erupted into a frenzy of chants and cries. The blood pooled, shimmering in the torchlight, and for a heartbeat, I felt the raw, primal urge to join them, to lose myself in the rhythm of something greater. But then the horror crashed over me like a tidal wave. We were puppets, strings pulled by the unseen hands of the Anunnaki. I remember the moment Collier broke, collapsing to her knees as the reality enveloped her. "No. This is wrong." Her voice shattered the night, a scream that pierced through the ritualistic chants, echoing against the stones. The priests faltered, their eyes flickering with uncertainty, and for a heartbeat, just one precious heartbeat, the weight of our collective despair hung in the balance. The drum stuttered, the rhythm faltering as if the very earth beneath us had held its breath in anticipation. Tarek turned, his gaze sweeping over us like a storm gathering strength. "We are more than sacrifices. We are the heartbeat of this land, the blood that nourishes it. We will not be silenced." But Collier, clutching her amulet, the weight of generations pulling her down, whispered, "But what if they do hear us?" A flicker of something, hope, bloomed in her eyes, even as despair threatened to consume her. The tension twisted, coiling around us, a serpent poised to strike. In that moment, time unfolded, revealing a tapestry of dreams and nightmares, of memories entwined with the cosmos. The stars winked down at us, indifferent witnesses to our suffering. I felt the fragile thread of connection binding us all together, a whisper of defiance in the face of overwhelming darkness. The rituals and ceremonies that had defined our existence now felt like chains, heavy and unyielding, but the flames of rebellion flickered in the eyes of my companions. Tonight is not the end, I thought, my heart racing, pounding like the war drums in the depths of my soul. It is a beginning. And as the darkness threatened to swallow us whole, I realized we were not alone. The shadows danced, and I could almost hear the echoes of the Anunnaki, their laughter laced with a promise, one that we dared to reject. And so, the night wore on, an eternal cycle of fear, hope, and defiance. The boundaries of the past and the future blurred, together in that sacred space. Each heartbeat became a battle cry, a visceral plea for a world where we could reclaim our destiny from the ancient hands of the gods. The rituals that had once enslaved us now felt like a spark, igniting a fire that would weave through time, a legacy of the living, reaching out to grasp the infinite. The ground trembles beneath their feet, a low, ominous growl that sends shivers down the spine of a city perched on the edge of the Tigris. Asher stands in the shadow of a crumbling ziggurat, its ancient bricks whispering secrets from epochs long past. The sun is a molten eye hanging low in the sky, casting long shadows that stretch like fingers over the earth, grasping for something lost. He can hear the chaos rising, the piercing cries of merchants, the frantic shouts of mothers, and the relentless drum of panic in the air. He remembers the first time he laid eyes on the mighty Euphrates. The river sparkled like a jewel, cradling the lifeblood of his civilization. This, he had thought, is the heart of Sumer. Now, amidst the cacophony, he feels a different kind of pulse, a heartbeat drumming in his ears, the rhythm of something dark approaching. Beside him, Ninsen clutches her child, her face pale as parchment. Her eyes, usually vibrant with the colors of her dreams, now swim with fear. "We must flee," she screams, and her voice cuts through the noise like a knife. They have always been tethered by the weight of their dreams, Ashur as the aspiring scribe, Ninsen a weaver of stories, stitching together the fabric of their lives. But now, in the face of encroaching chaos, their dreams unravel like the threads of a frayed tapestry. Asher looks into her eyes, searching for the spark that once ignited her soul, but all he finds is the flicker of despair. "What about the tablets?" he asks, voice raw, barely a whisper. "What about our knowledge?" The clay tablets etched with symbols, the legacy of Sumer, the weight of history, his dream of becoming the keeper of their stories. "Forget the tablets," she cries, the urgency of survival eclipsing all else. What good is knowledge when the world is ending? The words strike him, sharp and cold, like shards of glass. He feels the heaviness of history pressing down, the immense burden of their civilization, a weight so profound it makes breathing feel like a crime. In the distance, the cities burn, a stark reminder of their fragility. The Sumerians, who once built cities from the earth and reached for the stars, now watch as flames consume their dreams. The scent of smoke mingles with the sweet, sickly fragrance of burning flesh, and Asher's heart clenches. He remembers the tales of their gods, mighty beings who reigned above, indifferent to the suffering below. "What have we done?" he murmurs, as if the question itself could summon an answer from the heavens. But there is no answer, only the silence of the cosmos, vast and unyielding. Ninsen pulls him closer, her grip fierce, yet trembling. "We have to go, now." Her voice breaks, a sound so raw it echoes against the walls of time. It is a reminder that they are mere mortals, fragile as the clay they once shaped into stories. As they sprint through the narrow streets, dodging fallen debris and the desperate souls of their neighbors, Asher's mind races. He thinks of the scribes, their ink-stained fingers dancing across the surface of history, capturing the essence of existence. He remembers the first strokes, the thrill of creation. "I am more than a scribe," he tells himself, "I am a keeper of souls." But with each step, the weight of legacy feels like an anchor pulling him into darkness. Then, from the chaos, emerges a figure, an old man, his long beard white as the sands of time, eyes glimmering with the wisdom of ages. He stands defiant against the tide of panic, an unwilling prophet in a world unraveling. "Knowledge will survive," he bellows, voice steady, cutting through the din like a beacon. "We are more than our possessions. The essence of Sumer lies within us." Asher stops, caught in that moment, the old man's words wrapping around him like a shroud. He can feel the pulse of hope rising within, an ember refusing to die. But as the flames from the burning city lick at the sky, threatening to consume everything he holds dear, doubt gnaws at him. Is knowledge enough? Can stories save them when the world is collapsing? Ninsen tugs at his arm, her grip a lifeline. "We must go, Asher." Her voice quivers, laced with urgency. But a part of him wants to stay, to etch their legacy into the annals of time, to scream into the void and demand that history remembers them. He looks back, a moment suspended in time, where memories twist and turn, his childhood days by the river, the laughter echoing through the fields of barley, and the vibrant markets filled with the scent of spices. But then, a thunderous roar chokes the air, and he is jolted back to the present. Asher's heart races, the pounding echoing the chaos around them. The world is burning, and dreams turn to ash. This is not how it ends, he gasps, desperation clawing at his throat. We will not fade into oblivion. Ninsen's eyes meet his, a flicker of something, determination? Fear, as if they are standing on the precipice of a choice that could tip them into the abyss. Then let's save what we can, she says, her voice steadying, filled with a fierce resolve that ignites the hope buried deep within him. The old man's eyes bore into Asher's, a silent challenge. You carry the stories of your people. Do not let them die here. As they turn to flee, Asher hears the crackle of fire swallowing dreams, the cries of their people echoing in the shadows. With every step, he wrestles with the enormity of their existence, the haunting question of legacy spiraling in his mind. The streets morph into a blur, the world collapsing behind them, but within, a fire ignites, a burning desire to preserve the essence of Sumer, to scream to the void that they once lived, loved, and created. In this moment, they are not just fleeing, they are becoming the custodians of something greater, entwined in the fabric of a civilization that refuses to be forgotten. And as they run towards an uncertain future, with chaos roaring and history burning, Asher clutches Ninsen's hand tighter, heart racing, soul ignited with the relentless pursuit of life. They may escape the fire, but the flame of their civilization, the spirit of Sumer, will echo through time, forever pulsating in the hearts of those who dare to remember. The ground trembled, a low growl echoing through the valley, rattling the bones of the ancient earth. I stood at the edge of the crumbled temple, the air thick with dust and whispers of the past. There was a crack in the sky, a gaping wound where the sun poured its light like molten gold, seeping into the dark corners of forgotten history. I could feel it, the weight of forgotten gods, the Anunnaki, their presence heavy in the atmosphere like a storm waiting to break. I was not alone. Beside me, Ilara's hands trembled, clutching a weathered tablet inscribed with symbols that felt alive, pulsating with a rhythm only she could hear. She had dedicated her life to the lore of these ancient beings, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and exhilaration. They warned us, she whispered, as if the very stones might betray us if she spoke too loudly. We didn't listen. The drought, the fires, it's all connected. Her voice was raw with desperation, echoing my own buried guilt. I remembered the parched fields, how the earth had cracked under the relentless sun, how the rivers that once danced through our village had turned to ghostly scars. I trembled with the weight of memories, those of childhood laughter that had morphed into cries of hunger. The Anunnaki had come, they had taught us to cultivate the land, but we had forgotten their warnings. Across the temple's ruin stood Marcus, a man whose heart was as wild as the winds that swept through the valley. He was my brother, yet so different, filled with fire and rage, his soul a tempest. Ilara, they're just stories, he shouted, fists clenched, voice breaking against the heaviness of the moment. We need to act now, not chase ghosts. But I could see it in Ilara's eyes, the remnants of their legacy, a flicker of truth that hung in the air like the scent of rain before a storm. They were here to help us, she pressed on, her voice gaining a fervor that sent shivers down my spine. And now, everything they warned us about is unfolding. This time, we must listen. The ground shook again, and I felt it beneath my feet, no longer a distant echo, but a violent reminder that the earth itself was restless, angry at our negligence. I closed my eyes, allowing the chaos to seep into me, each heartbeat sinking with the trembling of the earth, a reminder of how fragile our existence truly is. I remember the nights filled with laughter, the fires that crackled beneath a sky speckled with stars, the cosmos whispering secrets, unseen but felt. We can't just stand here, Marcus shouted, breaking through the reverie. His frustration was a tangible force, charging through the air like electricity. We need to rally the villagers, strike back against this drought. We're not powerless. But their eyes, the anxious eyes of the villagers, haunted me. They looked to us for hope, yet all I felt was despair. They needed more than empty promises, they needed proof. I glanced back at Ilara, her resolve a stark contrast to Marcus' anger. What if the Anunnaki are waiting for us to remember them? I asked, my voice trembling, echoing the fear that clutched at my heart. What if their lessons are the key to saving us? Suddenly, a flash of light cut through the shadows, illuminating the crumbling walls, revealing symbols that glowed with an ethereal blue, as if the gods themselves were reaching out to us. I took a step closer, heart racing, feeling the pull of something ancient, something that whispered of stewardship and responsibility. They spoke of balance, I murmured, almost to myself. Of living harmoniously with the land. We've strayed too far. Ilara's gaze locked onto mine, a spark igniting between us, a shared understanding that transcended our fears. We can awaken their teachings, she urged. But it will require sacrifice, a commitment to mend what has been broken. Marcus scoffed, his frustration boiling over. Sacrifice? We're barely surviving. What more can we give? His voice cracked, revealing the vulnerability he tried so hard to hide. I can't lose anyone else. The words hung in the air, a painful reminder of our shared loss, of friends and family swallowed by the unforgiving terrain. I felt the sting of tears, a raw wound that exposed how deeply our lives had been entwined with the earth. But we must, I whispered, my voice barely a breath. For them, for everyone. A low rumble rolled across the sky, ominous and powerful, a warning that seemed to shake the very foundation of our resolve. The ground beneath us moaned, and I felt the shadows of the past creeping closer, ghosts of the Anunnaki, guardians of this sacred land, watching, waiting for our next move. In that moment, everything shifted, the air thickened with tension, the weight of history pressing down on us like a heavy shroud. I glanced at Ilara, the determination etched into her features, and then at Marcus, whose anger began to fade, replaced by a flicker of understanding. Together, I said, the word emerging as a fragile promise, a thread of hope woven through the chaos. We can learn from them. We can heal. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the temple, and as the light faded, the world around us transformed into a haunting silhouette, ghosts of our ancestors, reminders of what it meant to be stewards of this earth. The Anunnaki were more than just divinities from a time long lost, they were a mirror reflecting our failures and our potential. And so, with the weight of our past and the promise of our future intertwined, we stood on the precipice of change. The temple whispered secrets into the night, while the cosmos loomed above, a vast, ungraspable tapestry of time and memory, urging us to take the first step into the unknown. The clash of our hearts echoed in the silence, the world holding its breath, poised on the brink of destiny, waiting for us to choose. The city lay shrouded in shadows, the kind that seeped into the marrow of your bones, clinging like a forgotten whisper. Under the broken streetlights, Ari felt the pulse of the night, each thud echoing in her chest like a drumbeat of doom. She could sense it even before she saw the illuminated figure, an ancient energy coursing through the air, thick and electric. It was him, Zecharia, standing at the edge of the alley, a silhouette wreathed in darkness, eyes glinting like shards of obsidian. Ari, he breathed her name, and it was a plea, heavy with the weight of unspoken promises and the burden of twisted fates. The air crackled with tension. She could feel the cosmos breathing around them, the very fabric of reality trembling on the brink of something unspeakable. I remember, she replied, her voice barely above a whisper, but it cut through the night, sharp and clear. I remember what they showed us. I remember the stars aligning like a faded prophecy, their whispers echoing in our minds. Zecharia stepped closer, the shadows dancing around him. This is it. They're coming. His hands trembled as he shared fragments of his vision. The Anunnaki. They're not just myths, Ari. They're here. We are their children, and they're ready to awaken us again. Ari's heart raced, a wild animal trapped in a cage of disbelief. The Anunnaki, the gods of old, whose very names were inscribed in the annals of clay tablets, who had danced across the sky eons ago. Did she dare believe? The memories invaded her mind uninvited, images swirling, the ancient texts, the feverish dreams, the way they spoke of creation and destruction as two sides of the same coin. I don't want to be a pawn in their game, she murmured, a tremor of fear lacing her words. Was this what they had been waiting for, an awakening, a reckoning? Then what do you want? Zecharia's voice hitched, a mix of desperation and anger. To lie blind, chained to this mundane existence? You think the Anunnaki will let us be? They'll come back, with or without our consent. The city held its breath, the silence almost deafening. In the distance, a clock tower struck midnight, each chime resonating like a heartbeat, pulsing through the very essence of the night. Ari felt the vibrations claw at her skin, urging her to make a choice, to step into the unknown. "I want to know the truth," she said, the words tumbling out of her mouth, fierce and unapologetic. "But at what cost, Zerek? What if the truth shatters everything we ever believed?" He stepped back, eyes narrowing, the light from the street illuminating his features, hollow cheeks, a haunted gaze, an embodiment of hope and despair all at once. "What if it sets us free?" In that moment, the shadows twisted, coiling around them like serpents. The air grew heavier, thick with unspoken sorrows and the weight of the universe itself. Ari's mind spiraled, memories of long-lost dreams and half-remembered nightmares colliding. She thought of her brother, lost to addiction, lost to the darkness, and the gnawing guilt that had haunted her every waking moment. "I remember," she breathed again, the words tasting metallic on her tongue. "I remember looking up at the stars, wondering if they felt our pain. We were always meant for more than this." Zerek's expression softened, and for a fleeting moment, vulnerability flickered in his eyes. "Then we have to fight. Fight against the chains they bound us with, against the fear that paralyzes us. This isn't just about us, it's about awakening everyone who's ever felt lost, who's ever looked to the cosmos and wondered why." Ari felt a surge of something primal, the spark of rebellion, the fire of creation flickering alive within her. She longed to break free from her haunted past, to rise from the ashes like a phoenix, but the thought of the Anunnaki's return sent shivers down her spine. Were they gods or monsters? Would they free humanity or enslave it once more? The shadows seemed to whisper now, secrets curling around them, tantalizing and terrifying. The clock struck again, and with each chime, the fabric of reality shifted, bending to an unseen will. It felt like the universe itself was holding its breath, every star winking down like a spectator to their unfolding tragedy. "I can't do this alone, Zerg," she said, the weight of her vulnerability crashing over her like a wave. "I need you." "I'll never leave you," he vowed, though the tremor in his voice betrayed his own fears. "We'll face this together. If they're coming for us, we'll show them we're more than their creations. We are the architects of our own fate." Ari nodded, feeling the warmth of determination rise in her chest like a phoenix bursting forth from the ashes of despair. They stood together, two children of the stars, ready to confront the darkness that threatened to consume them. Yet, as the last echoes of the clock faded into the night, a chilling realization washed over her. What if the Anunnaki were not the only ones they had to fear? The shadows flickered around them, and from the depths of darkness, something stirred, an ancient presence watching, waiting, ready to shatter the thin veneer of their reality. The air crackled with possibilities, a symphony of chaos and clarity entwined. Ari could feel the cosmic tides shift, the universe teetering on the brink of something monumental. She took a shaky breath, her heart pounding in rhythm with the cosmos as she whispered a prayer to the stars, not knowing if anyone was listening. "Let us be ready." The night yawned wide, trembling with anticipation, and as the first whispers of dawn began to creep over the horizon, the shadows lingered, hinting at a confrontation that was only just beginning. The sky was ink black, a swirling mass of clouds pregnant with foreboding. It hung low over the city, and the air crackled with a palpable tension, as if the universe itself held its breath. A single flicker of lightning split the darkness, illuminating the crumbling remnants of the ancient temple. I stood there, heart racing, feeling the weight of centuries pressing against my chest. There, at the foot of the stone altar, lay the remnants of a once mighty civilization, a shattered tablet, its cuneiform symbols whispering secrets of the Anunnaki, the gods who walked among us and left a legacy that haunted our every step. Jenna knelt beside me, her fingers trembling as they brushed against the cold stone. Her eyes were wild, reflecting a mix of fear and desperate hope. "Do you feel it?" she breathed, almost reverently. "They're here, somewhere." Her voice cracked, and I knew she was wrestling with something far deeper than mere curiosity. The Anunnaki were no fairy tale, they were the ghostly echoes of our past, a reminder of power and betrayal. They had shaped civilizations, and now their shadows loomed large over modern spiritual movements, entwining with our deepest fears and brightest aspirations. I recalled the first time I'd heard of the Anunnaki, an old documentary flickering on a dusty screen. I remember the narrator's deep voice, the images of Sumerian tablets, vibrant colors swirling like a fever dream. I remember the way my heart sank and soared, a contradiction that pulled me, like gravity, deeper into a world of ancient deities and their enigmatic legacies. I had once brushed it off as nonsense, but here I was, standing in that very temple, questioning my own beliefs, my own reality. Behind us, Lucas paced, the soles of his worn boots scuffing against the stone floor, a metronome of anxiety. He was searching for answers, but all he found was a gnawing emptiness. "This isn't just history," he said, his voice trembling with urgency. "It's a warning. We're repeating the same mistakes." Each word was a dagger, aimed not only at the past but at us, the reckless children of a civilization that teetered on the brink. I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of madness dancing beneath the surface. He had become consumed by the Anunnaki, the allure of their knowledge intoxicating him. I remember late nights spent with Lucas, buried beneath books and old scrolls, the air thick with the scent of dust and forgotten dreams. What if they really did come to Earth? He had mused, a conspiratorial gleam in his eye. What if they left behind a blueprint for our ascendance? Or our destruction? I laughed it off then, but now, standing in the temple's echoing silence, I felt the dread coil around us like a serpent, tightening its grip. The sound of thunder rumbled, a drum roll signaling something was about to shift. We were not alone, and the shadows deepened. Jenna's breath quickened, and she suddenly turned to face me, her eyes wide with a mix of terror and revelation. "What if they're watching us right now?" she whispered, and the hair on the back of my neck stood on end. In that moment, I understood her fear. It was not just about the Anunnaki, it was about what they represented, the raw power of knowledge, the weight of responsibility. The thunder crashed again, louder this time, and Lucas growled, "We need to find it. Whatever they left behind, it's here." His desperation was infectious, and my heart raced in sync with his wild ambition. I had seen Lucas unravel, his quest for truth morphing from curiosity to obsession. It was a thin line we walked, and each step deeper into this mystery felt like a dance on the edge of a blade. Jenna shook her head, stepping back. "What if it's better left buried? What if the Anunnaki don't want us to find them?" Her voice trembled, the weight of her words hanging in the air like a ghost. A silence settled, thick and suffocating, and I could feel the growing divide between us. The urgency of Lucas's pursuit clashed with Jenna's instinctual dread, and I stood in the middle, torn between their contrasting worlds. Both were flawed, beautiful, infuriatingly relatable. Both were part of me. As a bolt of lightning illuminated the temple, I caught a glimpse of the tablet, glistening with moisture, its inscriptions glowing ominously. I remember the ancient symbols as if they were alive, pulsating with energy. The stories held within them tugged at my heart, beckoning me closer. Each symbol whispered tales of creation, of gods who had shaped humanity, and now, those stories wove themselves into our contemporary spiritual movements, a swirling tapestry of belief that straddled the line between the sacred and the profane. In that moment, everything converged. The legends of the Anunnaki became our own, the fear and fascination morphing into something tangible, an unquenchable thirst for understanding, for belonging. I could feel the cosmic dance of history spiraling through us, binding our destinies with threads of uncertainty. The temple, with its cracked stones and ancient echoes, pulsed with something alive, something desperate to be unearthed. But as we stood there, three souls on the brink of revelation, the storm outside unleashed its fury, a crescendo of wind and rain that rattled the stones. The ground beneath us trembled, and I felt the weight of the past crashing down, a warning that reverberated through time. I remember the fear racing through me, mingled with exhilaration, as we stood on the precipice of something monumental. The Anunnaki had left their mark, and it was a legacy that refused to fade, burning bright in the shadows of our modern beliefs. As the storm raged, we were no longer just seekers of knowledge. We were part of something much larger, a collision of past and present, a haunting that would not easily be dismissed. The Anunnaki were not mere myths, they were echoes of our own humanity, and as we stood together, the lines between us blurred, each heartbeat syncing with the pulse of the universe. Thunder rolled like a battle cry, and I knew we were on the verge of something extraordinary, something terrifying. As we leaned into the storm, the whispers of the Anunnaki circled us, a promise and a curse, one that would change everything. The air was thick with tension, a chilling whisper weaving through the shadows of the abandoned observatory, a crumbling relic on the edge of a forgotten world. I stood there, heart pounding, with the weight of thousands of years pressing down upon me. The remnants of ancient knowledge clung to the walls, graffiti of forgotten gods and cosmic truth smeared in fading colors. My breath quickened, a desperate rhythm in the silence, as I clutched the tattered notebook against my chest, a lifeline to the past, a thread connecting me to the enigma that was the Anunnaki. Across the room, Sarah's eyes flickered with fire, the kind that could ignite realms or burn them to ash. She was driven, a fierce determination etched into her brow. But there was something fragile beneath her bravado, an echo of fear that she couldn't quite shake. "What if we're wrong?" she whispered, her voice a tremor that cut through the darkness. I remember the nights we spent poring over ancient texts, lost in the abyss of history, and the dreams that haunted her, visions of gods and ancient spaceships hovering over fields of wheat, the cries of an enslaved people echoing like distant thunder in her mind. "Wrong," I replied, my voice barely a murmur, choked by the weight of my own obsession. "What if we're right?" The very thought sent a shiver down my spine, a thrill so electric it was almost unbearable. The Anunnaki, their legacy, a tapestry woven with threads of fear, uncertainty, and undeniable allure. They were the ghosts of our past, the architects of civilizations, and now, they loomed like specters over our present. The truth was a double-edged sword, one side glinted with the promise of enlightenment, while the other, dark and jagged, threatened to slice through the fabric of our understanding. Tension crackled in the air as Ethan, my childhood friend turned rival in academia, burst through the door, breathless and wild-eyed. His presence was both a comfort and a storm. "You won't believe what I found," he shouted, clutching a weathered tablet, the surface glimmering with symbols that seemed to shift and writhe like living things. For a heartbeat, time paused. The past and present collided in that room, an explosion of possibility that left us gasping. Yet, the fear was palpable, a shadow creeping into the edges of our excitement. "Ethan, you're not supposed to be here." Sarah shot back, urgency lacing her words. "If anyone finds out," she stopped, and the implications hung in the air like a noose tightening around our necks. We were all chasing the same dream, yet dancing on the knife edge of discovery, the stakes swelling like a storm cloud above us. "Don't you see?" Ethan pressed, his eyes alight, almost manic. "This could change everything. The Anunnaki, they didn't just create us, they were warning us." I could feel the walls closing in, the echoes of history whispering secrets we weren't ready to hear, each heartbeat a countdown to something inevitable. What if the truth was darker than we imagined? What if they were warning us of our own destruction? I remembered my own nights, the fevered dreams where I stood amongst the ancient ones, their eyes burning with knowledge, a torrent of power swirling around us like a tempest. They spoke in tongues, their voices a chorus of chaos and clarity that haunted my waking hours. But were their warnings meant to protect us or to bind us? A chill wrapped around my spine, a ghostly embrace that pulled me closer to the edge of understanding. The Anunnaki were not just figures of history, they were a mirror reflecting our darkest fears, our deepest longings. "Look!" Ethan's voice cracked, urgency twisting it into something unrecognizable. He unfurled the tablet, and the symbols leaped to life, shadows dancing in the dim light. I felt the world tilt, reality bending like the light through a prism. They were here, and they're coming back. Sarah's hand shot up, a barrier against the tide of revelation. What if we're not ready for that? Her eyes were wide, clouded by the weight of what she had seen, what we had all seen. Her fear was palpable, a living thing that clawed at the edges of my resolve. What if we become the very thing we feared? The question hung heavy, like a ghost that refused to be exorcised. My thoughts spiraled, memories of our academic pursuits, late-night debates, laughter laced with dread. Were we digging too deep, treading too close to forbidden knowledge? The thrill of discovery pulsed in my veins, yet I sensed the danger, a lurking dread whispering that some truths were never meant to be unearthed. A silence enveloped us, a haunting stillness that felt like the calm before a storm. Each breath echoed in the vast emptiness of the observatory, the shadows stretching and curling in apprehension. I could feel the cosmos pressing against the walls, the weight of time and space coiling around us like a serpent. Each tick of the clock echoed like a countdown, a reminder that we were seconds away from a confrontation with our own history. What if they're already here? I finally spoke, the words tumbling out like a confession I had long buried. The realization sent a ripple through the room, a wave of raw emotion crashing over us. The Anunnaki, gods, demons, or something altogether different, were not just relics of a forgotten past. They were the shadows that danced behind our every decision, the fears we buried beneath layers of reason. As I stood there, caught in the throes of fear and fascination, I felt the boundaries of reality blur, the walls of the observatory trembling under the weight of our revelations. This was a crisis born not just of knowledge but of the very essence of our humanity. We were staring into the abyss staring back, and I knew we were at the brink of something monumental, something that could reshape our understanding of existence. But as the darkness loomed larger, the truth remained just beyond our grasp, a shimmering mirage that tantalized and terrified. And in that moment, beneath the flickering light of the dying sun, we were irrevocably entwined in a story that would never truly end, a cycle spiraling into eternity, a convergence of past and future that echoed with the heartbeat of the cosmos. The clock ticked relentlessly, drowning out her own ragged breath as Clara stood in the center of the crumbling ruins, the shadows of ancient stone reaching for her like the fingers of the dead. An unsettling chill washed over her, an echo of whispers lost in time. She could feel the history pressing against her skin, heavy and suffocating, a reminder that she was an intruder in a world that had long forgotten its own stories. "I'm here," she murmured, half to herself, half to the ghosts lurking in the periphery of her vision. "I'm here, and I remember." But what did she remember? Was it the tales of the Anunnaki, the celestial beings who once walked the earth like titans, shaping humanity with their very hands? Or was it the haunting question that clawed at her insides, gnawing at her sanity? Were they gods, or were they something darker, something more primal? Behind her, Ethan shifted, his tension palpable, a coiled spring ready to snap. Clara darted a glance at him, their eyes locking in a moment that seemed to stretch into infinity. His brow was furrowed, a storm brewing beneath the surface, and she could sense the weight of his conflict. The Anunnaki had become a mantra for him, an obsession that had transformed into a consuming fire. He had lost friends, family, himself in pursuit of the truth, and now here they were, standing on the edge of revelation, or ruin. "I can't do this anymore," he spat, his voice low but laced with desperation that echoed in the hollow air. "Every time I think I'm close, it slips away. It's like chasing shadows." Clara stepped closer, her heart racing. But what if it's real? What if we're on the brink of understanding something that could change everything? The ground beneath them trembled, a warning, an ancient heartbeat echoing through time, a reminder that they were not alone. The ruins seemed to breathe, alive with the energy of 1,000 souls. She could picture them, the Anunnaki, their long, svelte bodies shimmering under the moonlight, their laughter echoing through the ages. But then, what of the fear? The uncertainty that came with knowing they might be gods or monsters. She shivered, recalling whispers of civilizations falling into chaos, of humanity's blind worship turning to horror. As if sensing her turmoil, Ethan's gaze softened momentarily, revealing the complexity of his struggle. "You don't get it. What if it's not just knowledge we seek? What if it's the power they wield? What if they're coming back?" Each word sliced through the silence, raw and jagged, igniting a fire of dread in Clara's chest. The very thought sent shivers down her spine. What if the legends were not mere myths, but warnings? The air crackled with tension, the atmosphere thick with an electric charge as their emotions collided. Clara felt the gravity of the moment, a cosmic weight that pulled them closer to an inevitable confrontation. Time warped, and for a heartbeat, the world fell silent, as if holding its breath, waiting. "I remember the stories, Clara," Ethan said, his voice cracking. "I remember the warnings of the past. They came, they conquered. Do we really want to awaken that?" Clara turned her face to the sky, the stars twinkling like distant eyes, watching, waiting, judging. But what if the truth is in their creation, What if we are the key to understanding our own existence? Her words hung in the air, potent and intoxicating. She could see it now, the potential of humanity, a race born from the remnants of divine hands. Yet beneath her conviction, doubt simmered. The shadow of the Anunnaki loomed heavy over her thoughts. She could almost hear the echoes of betrayal, the cries of those abandoned in the wake of their wrath. Was it a gift or a curse? Their legacy intertwined with humanity's fate, a fragile thread pulled taut between reverence and horror. And then there was Malik, the silent observer, standing at the edge of the ruins. He had been with them, but in his haunted gaze lingered a darkness they could not penetrate. Clara could see the specters of his past swirling in his eyes, the weight of his own obsessions echoing in the hollowness of his smile. He had chased the Anunnaki, too, once, a fervor that consumed him until it nearly extinguished his soul. When he finally spoke, his voice was a ghost, a whisper that seemed to echo from a place long forgotten. What if we're just pawns in their game? What if they're watching us, laughing at our frailty? The words hung heavy, a shroud of despair cloaking the trio. The tension became a living thing, thrumming in the air, a raw pulse that could not be ignored. Clara felt her heart race, caught in the cyclical nature of history's horrors and the weight of their choices. Could they step away from the edge, or would they be sucked into the abyss of worship and destruction? I refuse to believe that, Clara said fiercely, her voice rising against the chaos around them. I won't let fear drown out the truth we deserve. But as her words hung, trembling in the air, the ground shuddered beneath them once more, and she felt something shift in the atmosphere. The ruins whispering, pulsing, alive with a dreadful energy that coursed through her veins. Whatever they sought, it was closer now, beckoning them into the unknown. The Anunnaki, a haunting presence woven into the fabric of their reality, lingered in the shadows, watching. Clara felt it like a heartbeat, a relentless, rushing tide of history that could not be undone. In that moment, she realized that the fascination with the Anunnaki was not merely about uncovering truth, it was a confrontation with their deepest fears and desires, a raw, visceral dance with the unknown that bound them all. As the air thickened with anticipation, reality began to blur, the lines between past and present, truth and myth, dissolving into the promise of revelation. Clara, Ethan, and Malik stood on the precipice, united in their fear, their longing. They were drawn into the storm, their fates intertwined, forever entangled with the shadows of the Anunnaki, an existence that would persist long after this moment, echoing across time, an eternal fascination that would never quite let go.